Hello. There I am. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. And I'm back with Disc Room. So I've got a couple... Oh, is my stream still live? Yes, okay. It just froze for me for a second. I don't know. This game is so... Like, if there's one thing that's slightly finicky about Disc Room, it's the full screen mode? I don't know, I've never seen a game act like this when it's in full screen. So first off, I'm not going to show it now because it does something really fucked up to my computer, but whenever I try and turn it off full screen, because I was like, okay, full screen's a little finicky, right? Let's go out of full screen, even though I prefer full screen. Let's go out of full screen for this game, see if it runs a little bit more consistently so I can alt-tab easier. Just doesn't let me. It's the first, like, actual issue I found with the game, and it's probably, like, a graphics card specific issue, so I'm not gonna, get too on their case about it, but it is weird. Like, I change to switch it to not full screen, and then, does the standard full screen thing where it makes my monitor black for a bit. When my monitor stops being black, the option has automatically toggled itself back to full screen, so I have no idea what the deal with that is. Yeah, I'm streaming Disc Room. My plan for today is this. My plan for today is as such. I want to try and figure out if it's actually possible to complete the game with all 8 challenges in the same run. The hardest thing that I'm currently thinking, like whether it's even literally possible or not, is die from less than 12 disc types and never die from the same disc twice. Like, that's gonna be really hard, if it's possible. So that means you can only die 12 times in the entire run, and I'm really struggling to think of... Because, like, look at this fucking map, right? You have to make it to... Or at least I think you have to make it to... all of the gatekeepers, don't you? So there's a gatekeeper, there's a gatekeeper, there's a gatekeeper. And it's so you can unlock this room right here, defeat 4 gatekeepers. I'm trying to see if there are other rooms that you could do. Like, past this point, but I don't think there are. See, another thing I'm confused about, well, no, that's gonna make it impossible. Because, like, I'm pretty sure there are some rooms that when you unlock the room, like, it doesn't need an adjacent room to actually have access to. Like, you see how this room says survive 5 seconds in all unlocked rooms, and it'll unlock this one? Survive 5 seconds in all unlocked rooms. That one just has, like, an X over it. Like, if you do that, this room will become unlocked. But I'm pretty sure, because while I was playing the game normally... In fact, I think it's this room right here, maybe. While I was playing the game normally, I just unlocked a room really far away that I didn't have direct connection to. Like, you can see there's also corridors leading from room to room, but I'm pretty sure I just, like, unlocked one of the rooms over here in this area without actually having an adjacent room unlocked, which I didn't think was possible, but apparently that's how it works. So it seems like all of the gatekeepers have the same objective, or a similar one. Well, that is similar. Yeah, collect 50 orbs total in this zone. What's the center one? Survive 60 seconds total in this zone. I'm really starting to think this isn't possible. Like, unless you just play the game in the way where you have all of the rooms unlocked, but doesn't that feel like cheating for the challenges? Right? But that's the only way I can see that this would be possible. Is if you just unlocked all the rooms. Because Like, you start in this room. You can only go to 12 rooms. Because you have to die in a room. Die from less than 12 different disc types, never die from the same disc type twice. That literally means you can only go into 12 different rooms. And 4 of them, 5 of them, have to be gatekeepers. I think. No, I guess technically only 4. No, 5, because the last boss, right? Yeah, so 5. Fuck. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Yeah, no. Like, all of these objectives here, I'm looking for an objective that's like, I could do this objective and unlock the room, therefore being able to, like, skip this gate check. But no, all of these are impossible. They're either like room specific, like survive 10 seconds is room specific, I would have to be in that room to unlock it, or it's just beyond possible. Like, I can't survive 10 seconds. Well, wait. I was like, I can't survive 10 seconds in 48 rooms, but that's only the case because I have 48 rooms unlocked. Let's actually experiment with that. So, okay. I'm going to go back to the main menu. I don't actually know how this works. Like, I don't know... Can I... Does it... Oh, God, there are multiple save files. Thank you. I didn't want to delete that one, because I still plan on getting, like, 100% or whatever the fuck. Alright. Yes. Giant disc. Okay, so let's think about this. We start here. Yeah, no, I know. I know ANS to swap menu pages, thank you. So, if I survive 10 seconds in this room, by default, I am going to unlock this room. And that's not possible. Die from 4 disc types I can avoid, though. I can avoid that. Also, it's funny that you don't actually start in a room on the map. That's interesting. Alright. So I have to survive 10 seconds. Absolutely have to, if I'm going for potentially a shortcut that may or may not exist. I fucking suck, dude. Alright, so that's a reset. That's a reset on that one. New game over save file 1, please. Yes. Or save file 2, not save file 1. That's the important part. Alright, let's be better. Gotta remember... Oh god. Gotta remember I don't have any abilities. My hair is doing that thing where it's annoying and in my face all the time. Okay, so I mean, technically I've already passed what I needed to, but just in case there's like another shortcut that requires you to live 20 seconds in all rooms, which I think I kind of remember there being one that was 20 seconds. I'm just gonna last as long as possible. And you know what? I should try and endeavor to die. Well, I was gonna say I should endeavor to die against the wall disc, because those aren't in every area. I am no longer allowed to die to normal disc. See, here's the problem. I did it, but also... by surviving 10 seconds in this next room, I'm going to unlock another new room. So I have to get to a point where the unlock is not bound by time. Like, I need to get to a situation where I can survive 20 seconds or 10 seconds in a room without it unlocking something else, which has not been the case yet. Alright, so if I'm going to die, I absolutely have to die to either a wall disc or the big disc. But let's get to... I mean, let's try for 20. But, you know, worst case scenario, if I get scared, I'll just run towards a big disc, and that's a fail. Well, I'm gonna keep going just for routing purposes to see what's possible, because, yeah, I mean, you know, I failed, never died to the same disc twice, and set game speed to 200%. But, you know what, let's just work on routing first. Let's work on routing first. God damn it, dude, it's gonna unlock another room when you go to this room. But they do offer you another new disc. Well, technically by this point you could still have wall discs available. Whatever. Did I survive in 10 seconds in that room, or did I fucking fail again? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But, well, I mean, preferably you would still have that situation, that exact same situation, but also die to the dash disc, because you do want the dash. You're allowed to get one ability, just nothing more than one ability. So whatever, just die. Got more than 10 seconds. And this room doesn't unlock anything, which is actually great. Okay, so die from 4 disc types. It's important that you stay under that. Oh shit, but are you going to be able to? No, you're not going to be able to. Oh, they thought of everything, didn't they? Oh god. So the problem is you have to die to either a normal disc or a wall disc in this room. So whichever one you didn't die to, you could die to a big disc in this room, if it's the one I'm thinking it is. Then, yeah, you could die to a big disc in this room. Then in this room, you probably want to die to the dash disc. Oh, no. First off, you can't die to a big disc, because this is the room that's just big discs. So the route would be die to normal disc here, die to wall disc here, die to dash disc here, die to big disc here. And the problem is, all of these rooms so far, this room is unlocked by getting, I think, 5 seconds. This room is unlocked by getting 10 seconds. This room is unlocked by getting 10 seconds. So, by getting the bare minimum of 10 seconds you absolutely need to get to potentially do that shortcut thing, you have to unlock these rooms. And since you also have to do all 4 rooms and have to die to 4 unique discs every time, it's going to unlock this room right above me next. Which is, suboptimal. I guess you could die to wall discs in this room too. I forgot. I'm a dummy. But whatever. Alright, there you go. 10 seconds, and because I fucked it up and never died to a wall disc, let's do that. So now it's actually accurate to what it would be during a real route. And then again, survive 5 seconds, huh? Survive 5 seconds. And survive 90 seconds total in this zone. It's possible that I could keep it under that limit, meaning this door stays locked. If I go, like, bare minimum, I could only have 50 seconds by the time I finish these 5 rooms. I'm working on it. Oh, fuck. You know, probably would help my case if I was actually good at video gaming. Wait a second, but now I'm thinking, isn't it just straight impossible by the time you get to this room? Because you would have had to die to all of these disc types already. It's not impossible! Because if you last in this room long enough, you get a golden disc. Which means in this room you can die to a big disc. Okay, we're still on the board of technically possible, but we're running out of rooms that I'm actually allowed to go into. And this is another survive 10 seconds one. So it's really not looking good. I think this is probably going to have to be a reset, even for testing purposes, because by surviving so long in this room, I've accidentally gotten too close to the 90 seconds. So let's reset and try and do this a little bit better. This is interesting, though. Let's see it. I want to believe it's possible without having to go into the menu and just unlock all the rooms, because that would be very unfulfilling if the answer was just go to all of the... Well, actually, the answer would just be go to the last boss, wouldn't it? So, hopefully that's not the case. What do I have to die in here? I think I have to die to wall disc. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because wall disc is on all of the rooms in this area. I could pick... Oh. Could also... Well, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters was I got too close to 90 seconds. We know that I'm suck ass. We can forgive the mistakes now. I don't have to truly suffer until later. Alright, just survive 10 seconds and then die to the dash one. Should be fairly easy to die to the dash one, I imagine. Please tell me that was 10 seconds. Are you fucking kidding me? Why am I so bad? Why am I so bad, dude? I wanted to talk about yesterday's stream also, but I've been a little bit too focused on how much I suck here. Yeah, I feel bad about yesterday's stream for a few reasons. Well, that is not good for my cause. I should be doing this room the quote-unquote optimal way that I discovered. Oh, that is not optimal. None of that was optimal. But yeah, I don't know. I decided to delete the VOD because it was honestly pretty disappointing. I wasn't in the best mindset when starting the stream in the first place, and then also, like, you know, it's a Mario Party stream where, unfortunately, after an hour and 40 minutes, there was a disconnect that meant we couldn't see the ending. So, like, that, you know, it wasn't up to my standards of what I find entertainment. Like, yeah, there were still some funny moments, and, like, I don't know. Someone probably would have found entertainment in it, but I didn't feel comfortable leaving it up there. I felt weird. So I deleted it, destroyed it, it's gone. So that's accurately what the time limit is going to look like. About 24 seconds. And you have to get that 24 seconds if this route is going to be possible. Which hopefully it is. Yeah. Okay. So I have to survive 10 seconds in here, and I can die to a big disc. And still keep my don't die to the same disc twice challenge. There you go. And still have about 30 seconds before that becomes a problem. But, like, because of a little bit of, you know, extra milliseconds here and there, and the 4 extra seconds in the golden disc room, it's 2 rooms, basically. I can go into 2 rooms. So this is one of them. Does it have a unique disc type? Yes, it does. So, routing, still on the table. Still on the table. Let's die to weird spinny disc. Die from 15 disc types. Okay, so this is possible. It's going to unlock a shortcut somewhere. I don't really remember where that was, but it is going to unlock some form of shortcut. Oh god. And technically, that's a new disc type. Wait, what? 11, 10, 10, 10, 24, 10, 10. Dude. Am I misunderstanding something? Well, I thought if I did this, it was going to unlock the room in the other place, but I guess that's not how it works. I was fairly confident that would be how it worked. Because now this is going back to actually just seeming impossible. Like, I definitely have 10 or more seconds in all rooms. So that would be the unlock criteria for that one room. But, maybe you have to unlock the area or something? Like, if you don't have the zone unlocked, it doesn't count. That's the only thing I can think of. And it still doesn't even make that much sense. Like, that's not going to be possible then. Alright, so let's say that theoretically I Spent one more second in this room and unlocked the gatekeeper. Let's just see what happens after the gatekeeper, then. Okay, there you go. So, there I unlock the gatekeeper, and that should be the only other thing I unlock there. So let's defeat the gatekeeper, die... Well, actually, you don't die when you fight the gatekeepers. That's actually a pretty important factor, is that you don't die when you kill the gatekeepers. You just succeed. So, a little bit better than I thought. I'm not better than I thought, though. I still suck, which is kind of an issue. I've done a lot of this room, though, so I should be able to fairly consistently get 10 orbs. So what happens now? I just unlock this room, huh? But mandatorily had to... Well, I guess technically not, right? I guess mandatorily I only had to die to 4 discs in this area. So I could do this room, get like 25 seconds. Well, no, because you do need to die to 5, yeah. Because it takes 4 to unlock this room. It takes 4 to unlock this room, and then you have to die to another one inside of it. I think? Or maybe... Maybe not. Maybe if you just got, like, 25 seconds in each of these to get 100 seconds... Well, I guess you don't technically need 100 seconds, but... If you got up to 90 seconds before this point... You think it would unlock this room and then immediately let me in here? Let's try that out. That's new route potential. And I can do that pretty easily. Even if I die a lot of times, which is really good for me, who sucks. Let's go back into this. Okay. I'm like slightly paranoid that... ever so slightly paranoid that I'm going to accidentally delete my save file in slot 1. So just for practice, even though technically I can die as many times as I want here, since I'm not actually going for the challenges. I could die, but I'm trying to survive as long as possible to make it easier on myself. And for practice, right? Alright, so technically that is how that should have looked. Spent like 25 seconds there, died to normal disc. This room's going to be a little bit harder. Not by that much. It's always, like, it's these first 2 rooms, or I guess first 3 rooms, are going to be particularly tricky, because I'm not going to have a dash or any ability. But the longer I last in any given room here, the easier it is for all of the other rooms, because I just need a hit in 90 seconds. That sucks, though. That would have ended a challenge run, because I died to the same disc twice. But, you know, we don't care about that right now. In fact, because I do still need to die 4 times to unlock that room. Oops. It's farming deaths in here. I do have to die to a different disc type there. So I should have died to either a wall or a big disc in that room. Oops! Literally moved on the last frame, I'm pretty sure. That would be really bad if that happened in a challenge room. I don't know why I have so much difficulty with these dash discs. They really aren't that bad. Like, literally just keep moving in a circle. And, well, you know. Preferably a circle that doesn't include the disc in its circumference. That would help. But yeah, this is not that bad. Even, like, I haven't used my dash up until that moment, and I got a decent time. A time that could be made up in all of the other rooms prior to it. This is going to be the hardest room to survive in without a dash, by far. So if I can get, like, 30 seconds in these 2 rooms, even if I just get bare minimum of 10 seconds in this room, that'll be alright. Alright, in this room, I don't know. I guess I still want to die to the golden disc, huh? Well, no, because if this theory works correctly, then I won't even have to go into that 5th room. But just in case I do have to go in that 5th room, I'm gonna opt to dying to the gold disc here. But, like, you know, I don't think I have to. I do have to, wow. Oh, no, I don't. So, if a room is a question mark, even if you've never been in the room, maybe that's the criteria for unlocking a room. Like, you don't have to have been through the room, but you have to at least have an adjacent room question marked. Like this. Okay, so that lets you skip this room, which means you technically only have to die to 4 discs up till this point. And if you do this correctly, you don't have to die on this room. And maybe that's just a theme. Maybe that is just the way this works, is you die 4 times in each area. But now that I'm thinking about that, that does not add up. Because there's 5 areas. That does not add up. Okay. Well, let's continue the routing, just in case, right? So that's 4 rooms. You don't have to die in this room. It's weird that it still keeps it as a question mark. That's funny, if you never died in it. This is potentially more interesting. Unlock 2 different abilities. We never want that, so we're never going to unlock this room at all. Survive 10 seconds is mandatory, so left is where we have to go. And then we can... Whoa! Wait, no! Are there only 2 disc types in this room? Dude, that changes the entire fucking world. Because you can't die to the slow-mo disc, or you'd get another ability. Changes absolutely everything. I think it's still possible, though. Because, like, you could die to the wall disc in the first 4 rooms instead of the normal disc. Alright, so, well, I fucked up, but it doesn't matter. So, pretend this room is still locked, whatever. And pretend I don't have a second ability. That is still possible. Wait, this is a dead end, though. What? How does that work? How the fuck does that work? I feel like I'm missing something, man. Oh, not a good start. Like, what do I get for doing this room? Nothing, right? I don't get anything? This is seemingly not possible. I don't get it. I thought the routing would be possible. I think you might just have to, like, go into difficulty and, I mean, change game speed to 200%. I don't know what goal difficulty is. Disc speed doesn't matter, hazard speed doesn't matter. You might just have to go in and unlock everything? Yeah. I think that's, like, the only way. And does it still keep the challenges? Let me see. I mean, I've failed all of them, I guess. Less than 30 oh, no! See? Even though I do have less than 30 deaths right now, it disabled all the challenges. So there must be a way of routing it. Oops. There must be a way of routing it, then. I wonder if that... Like, I haven't cheated yet, game! You can't take it away from me. No, they still took it away from me. Well, that's really interesting, then. So, let me test just to make sure that is actually what happened there. Okay, so I have challenges available right now, and then as soon as I... There you go. As soon as I go into settings... And that's not the right one. Difficulty. So you have to change game speed to 200%. Yeah. But as soon as I go and unlock zones, it fails them all. What? How? How is this route possible? I need to go back. I need to go back into this room, or this save file. This room. Everything is a room now. I need to figure out, like... Like, I swear to God, am I gonna have to, like, look back at my old VOD and figure out what it was that unlocked that, like, random dumbfuck room somewhere else? I have no idea what room it was. So, like, obviously all of the golden rooms are impossible. Even if you can use those as shortcuts, does not matter because you have to, like, even for the smallest one, you have to die to 15 disc types. So, you can't. You can only die to 12 disc types. So I feel like this part we understand, right? You die to 4 different disc types. And then you can skip both of these rooms. Well, yeah, you can skip dying in both of these rooms. You don't even have to go into that room. And then you unlock this room, greenhouse. But how do you do this? You can't do this. Am I misreading the challenge, or... Which one is... Unlock only one ability. So there has to be some shortcut that I'm missing. But I don't... You know what, let's take a fucking brain break and look at the discs I have that I haven't read the descriptions of. Alright. Razor. Sometimes I die before I even take a breath. Phase disc. I can now expel an invisible and incredible amount of force on the discs around me. It feels good to finally push back. Director. I almost wish space itself would dissolve my every atom. Protector. Exhaustion has long since dissolved my heroism. Heavy Protector. The last time I laughed, we were buckling our boots for liftoff. Hyper Dasher. I am a painless pour down the spiral of blades. Okay. Hyper Hunter. I can no longer discern between life and death. Sniper. I've spent most of my life in space, but this is the farthest from Earth I've ever felt. Saw Burst. I'm almost certain this disc is using time to speak death with me. Ultimate Gatekeeper. Seeing the stars again has nearly reminded me of my mission. Ha. I no longer run in fear. And what is this? Golden Mirror. If these rooms speak a language, I believe these new abilities are its alphabet. The peaceful nature of these discs is jarring. Interesting. So that seems to imply that you have to speak to the room using your ability somehow. Very interesting. I don't know, maybe I could mess around with that for a little bit. Also, apparently there's 5 golden disc types I haven't found yet. I believe it. Seems like that's the only thing left in my unlocks is golden discs, since they are all at the end here. It's, I don't know. I don't even know, like, what ability could make sense to use here, right? Let me think about this. So, as soon as the discs touch the wall, it turns on. You think I blast the disc in such a way that it turns both lights on at the same time? I don't know how to turn on the right eye, though. Oops, this is not the right thing to do. Oh, I already had blast. There you go. Oops. So now they're never turning the light on. Interesting. Whoa, that was weird. So now the right eye is on. But I don't know why. It's when this disc is touching a wall. But then as soon as it touches a wall again, it stops. But now, why isn't the left eye coming on again? Okay, well, interesting. Let's, maybe the... Oh, fuck. What? I don't know what I did! Why? I did whatever I needed to, I guess. I mean, sure. I guess I'll die to you. There's nothing else to do, right? Let me experiment with that again. So, like, I just let them go, and then I blasted them at the same time? That didn't even work! What? I was trying to only blast the right one, though. Maybe that's what I did, and I just didn't notice it. Yeah. No, I guess I must have blasted it into a wall immediately, and that's why the transition was immediate. Weird. Well, I guess I've solved the riddle of this room? It unlocked a new golden disc type, so I guess I'm happy about it. That is one golden room secret discovered, potentially. Let's read the description on the new one. Those golden rooms somehow suggest I implicitly understand them. Well, I definitely did not implicitly understand it. I just... You know, is that really what implicit understanding is in today's modern era? Just randomly fucking guessing? Also, I unlocked the last gold room because I got 60 disc types now. Gold 4. 1... Oh, is this loss? No, but actually, what is it trying to tell me here? Got some weird sob wave with 2 circles on it. One in height. 2. Is blast the answer for literally all of these? Okay, we got 2 bouncy boys in the house. Bouncing them more than once does nothing. If there was a way to make them shoot out their shot, I don't know what it is. Well, that's another new disc type. Golden wall disc. The golden markings on the floor almost seem schematic. It's like these rooms have always been waiting for our arrival. We go back to the map. Still a golden disc I haven't seen in that room, apparently. And in this room. Timeless is such a weird one. I also have no idea how to do this room still. 0 seconds or less, huh? Let's go to star map. See if I can make any sense of it. I've tried the... Okay, whoa. Now that I'm noticing... Okay, so I wasn't aware that, like, the pattern... Like, I hadn't discovered the pattern yet. The pattern being... There's, like, dark lines on the ground, and then they glow when they're, like, good. When they're satisfied, right? So, these lines are satisfied here. I mean, maybe they're just telling me to, like, blast in that direction? Like a... like a boom. Maybe they're telling me to blast in the opposite direction. Maybe they're telling me... What can I do? I can't really absorb. Like, doesn't even try and absorb this disc. Nothing you can do. Let me... I mean, mirror doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Clone? I don't see how clone makes a whole lot of sense either. They do give you 20 seconds time, though. I don't know why. I don't know, man. Whatever I'm doing here isn't good, because it hasn't satisfied any of the other lines. No other lines have lit up. Okay. I mean, oops. Slow doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Something weird did happen there, but I think it was just the disc spawning in, as opposed to, you know, not being spawned. I don't see how dash makes any sense either. This is the most confusing one to me. Because it just seems like there's no way you can interact with the disc at all. Can't absorb? I mean, blast didn't do anything. I don't know why mirror would make any sense. Answer is, it doesn't. Bet you never saw that one coming, buddy. Oh, shit! New strats. That's kind of funny. Okay. Next attempt is going to be... I already tried this, but, like, I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to the lines on the ground. Next attempt is going to be bringing in a golden disc from another room. Which, I don't know, you could probably get one from here, if I had to guess. Oh, no, you can't pick up any of these golden discs. Well then, take me to Blades Runner. I should be able to pick up this one. I mean, the question isn't whether I can pick it up or not, it's whether I survive long enough, but... Just doing the, like, standard go in a fucking stupid-ass circle method works well enough to get the golden one. There you go. I'm pretty sure this did literally nothing last time. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Not satisfied in the slightest. Alright, here's an idea. Maybe it wants the same kind of disc that it is, and it's gonna, like, change as I collect more or something. So let's give it a normal disc. Whoops. Eat. I got this for you! Doesn't care. Does not care at all. I didn't realize the the range on absorb was infinite, but not that that does me any good. Alright. And yeah, it just resets when it resets. You think that maybe this one is just, like, time-based? Like, I haven't paid attention to the lines at all because I didn't know that that was an important factor, but maybe it's really obvious to someone who's been, like, watching the VODs or something. And, maybe this is a different amount of lines lit up than there used to be. If it's time-based, then whatever. Let's not worry about that right now and check in later and see if it changes. It is close to being 9, which... I mean, if it's averaging it up to 9 right now, and the answers just come in at around midnight, then I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, star. You know, stars are out. I don't know. Whatever. Binary orbit. Let's try and figure this one out. Yeah, this one has the most confusing of all. It's like a fucking battery. Slow time obviously doesn't make any sense. Let's take mirror out, even though it will be impossible to use. Maybe that's what it wants. Oh, it's not impossible to use. Because it instantly swaps with me. Interesting. I feel like mirror definitely makes sense to be the answer to whatever this puzzle is, then, but I don't know how it wants me to dance with it. Well, I mean, you know, when in doubt, use blast, I guess. Oh, it does not care about blast at all. Also, interestingly enough, the disc does not exist when it's overlapping with the golden disc in the center. Why? Why is that? That's curious. I can't imagine that has anything to do with it, but yeah, it still can't absorb or anything. Oh, I can absorb that one. I forgot. I don't think that makes sense as the answer, though. Just, you know, food for thought, because it has the same kind of symbols as this room. Like the lines and the sideways lines. Like, is there anything interesting that happens if I bring it in here? Doesn't look like it. You think? Oh! Although, yeah, I forgot, that does happen when you bring this into another room. Oh, weird. It's interesting that it just matters if it's not on the wall anymore. And it seems to imply you need 3 that aren't on the wall. Is this just telling me that it's, like, numbers? Like, it wants me to count in binary? Like, 1 is 1. 2 is 1, 0. Wait, that's not how binary works. 0, 1. But that isn't how binary works, so that this doesn't make sense. Unless that 1 is a 0 and it's 0 indexed, which I guess is the only thing that makes sense in this case. No, it doesn't, because then that would be a 1. Whatever. I guess it is trying to tell me it's binary, though, and I just suck at binary or something, but whatever. I brought in a 3rd one. I brought gifts. Ooh, there you go. So that's the solution to that one. And I died to a new disc type. Why do that again? Because I didn't actually survive there, and I didn't see if there was a... Cool. I didn't see if there was a timer that goes... I mean, it hasn't been for all of the other gold rooms, but, you know, just in case. Do your due diligence. Or whatnot. Dude, that is way too fast. But no, I mean, there would be milliseconds if there was a timer. Cool, I guess. So that's 2 golden rooms discovered. We've done rare elements, and we've done gold frequency. Very confused by the binary orbit one. Well, let's look at this. At least these golden discs allow me to choose when my blood is spilled. At least. At least there's that. The weird part of this one... So first off, if this... Literally... How does this make sense as binary? This makes no sense as binary. They're not even in the same orientation. I have no idea how I'm supposed to be reading these. Unless... Are you telling me that this is... like, the number of peaks is somehow also related to the number? I have no idea, dude. But why does this one get happy when I die to it in another room? I don't even have to die to it. Like, if I just take it into another room and die to something. Oh, no. No, I have to die to it. Okay, I was wrong. Is that what they want out of me, though? Why am I taking it to difficult rooms? Please, my golden disc. Like, that seems to imply that I maybe have already succeeded what I'm supposed to do in that room. So maybe I shouldn't mess with this too much. Oh, ooh, that was not right. Does that always happen? Is that just buggy? Is that bugged? I can't tell if this is like me discovering a secret or if it's bugged. And the actual secret is supposed to be somehow dying to it in this room. And if that's the case, I guess I need to work a little bit harder. Slow? I don't know how slow would affect it. Oh, that's... Okay, so that must be the secret. 'Cause it... Wait, no. No, but if it always does that here, then isn't it, like, actually impossible to die to this disc in this room? If it always makes it untouchable at the start? Like, slow obviously doesn't do anything, because we move at the same speed. Dash also makes no sense. I don't... Clone actually is weird. Oh. So that... I was accidentally bugging it. I don't think you're supposed to be able to take that into another room. Okay, well, I guess I did do it then. Cool. Didn't know that was a bug. So all that's left is star map. All of a sudden, there's just... Oh, wait a second! There's only 2 lines left. And there's only 2 discs I haven't discovered. That's the only thing that's changed. I mean, technically it's closer to 9 o'clock, but I don't think that that's the answer anymore. I think it's just disc completion. And, you know what? More specifically, it's probably every single golden disc. 1, 2, 3, 4... 12? Of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lines on this guy. So that's the secret. Okay. Let's do it. I have no idea what other secrets are in these rooms, because obviously this is trying to tell me something. No fucking clue what this is trying to say. At all. But I solved the puzzle. I just didn't solve whatever that wants me to do. Huh. Well, I guess my only option... It's weird that there's 3 rooms that can have discs, but there's only 2 discs left, so one of these is a repeat. Timeless is the one that interests me most. I just don't understand it. Like, how? What am I missing here? There's gotta be something that triggers the timer. Because the dev team has a real time in it, right? But I don't know if it's something I can actually do right now, or if it's just... You know... something you have to unlock by finding all of the other secrets out or something. There's nothing that leads me to believe it would be, like, the final thing you do, but I also just have no idea what it wants out of me. Also, there's like an arrow on the ground pointing to the right here. I don't know if that's just, like, aesthetic. But that's like a very clear arrow pointing to the right. That's an X. That's an X. That's an X. I would need slow-mo to be able to see in here. That's an X. This is the only room where it's not an X. It's a very, very obvious arrow pointing to the right. That has to be important. Oop. X. 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 What does it say on the path? It's also an X. Why is this an arrow? Ah, dude. I don't know what you want from me. Arrow pointing to the right, huh? Yeah, I have no clue. Are there any abilities that really make sense here? No. Clone is just straight up unusable. Because you can't get time, and it takes time to use clone. The dash symbol is an arrow. That's kind of like stretching it. But like, I don't know what else I could do. I'm out of ideas. I'm dashing! Arrow. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is it, like, wants me to do something in this room. Because, like, you do unlock this room by bringing discs into that other room to the left. Like, why would that matter? I mean, the other thing is, like, I'm not even sure if that's the right solution, right? Like, the reason I succeeded here is because I brought the disc that clones itself into this room. I don't even know if that was, like, intentional, or if I'm supposed to be solving some puzzle in this room that I kind of cheesed. So, I don't know. I don't know what it wants from me. Like, it also, the fact that, like, there's another disc type here that I haven't discovered makes me think that there's more to this. You think that, like, the disc is just off-screen somewhere? And I need to, like, try and grab it? Maybe the arrow is, like, pointing towards the disc on this side of the screen? Actually, wait, can't I? Yeah. Oh, well, that was bad. I don't want to have a disc in my hand. No, like, if there was something... Well, if it spawned in before these other discs, which you would assume it would, if this was the solution, I would have grabbed it immediately, but I couldn't grab anything. So... You think it wants me to, like, bring something from here over? Or, like... I don't know. I mean, supposedly there's something I haven't died to in the next room, too. So maybe there's, like, a golden flare or something, and for some reason the golden flare will bring back time to that land. I don't know. I'm looking very close to particle effects. Because, like, you can't really see colors, right? Everything is just a shade of red. So I'm looking for particle effects. Because the golden ones do glitter a little bit, right? Let me, before I waste all of my time in the world looking for particle effects. Oops. The gold is shiny. Very, very slightly, though. That's going to be basically impossible. I have to hope that there's going to be a very slight color difference in what I'm looking for, otherwise I'm never going to be able to find it. The question is also, how long do they want me to wait in this room? Because that is potentially pretty rough if I have to use the absorb ability. The only reason I lasted 43 seconds in this room was because I had slow-mo. Let's just see if I can find it first, and then worry about potentially taking it into the other room. It's like, for all I know, that's not even the solution. For all I know, you just actually have to die to that golden disc in this room. Who knows? I have no idea what I'm looking for. I hate the way these ghosts move. It's so erratic. I don't know how to deal with it. But like slow-mo, I'm such a not fan of dark area. Not my combination of mechanics that I find fun. It also just hurts to look at. Like, I know I picked the red color because it was so garish and a little bit hard to look at, but honestly, it's a little bit softer than some of the other colors, so I'll take it. I mean, red light is just objectively easier to look at. But the flashing on and off especially, not good for my eye strain. God damn it, dude. I've lasted so long in this room and haven't found anything golden, though. Or new. But, like, I don't know, maybe you have to go for 50 seconds since the dev time is higher than that. Ah, god damn it. Helps if I don't suck. Also, I've just basically given up on using my controller for this game. I keep forgetting about it. I keep forgetting. So it'll just never happen. You think Blast is good for this room? I can imagine Blast being pretty good. Let's give that a shot. If I stay, like, in the light... Haven't I already tried this before? I feel like I have. But it does feel like a good idea. Oh, it's not going to be good for time, though. Yeah, I think I came to that conclusion last time. Really not going to be good for time. However, these discs are spawning completely irrelevant to time, now that I think about it. Like, look at it. Like, even when I'm stopping time, it is continuing to spawn in these discs. Does not care at all. So maybe the answer is not to worry about time. Maybe the answer is just a golden one will appear eventually. I mean, I could potentially last forever doing this. The audio is getting quieter for some reason. It's a little jarring. Why is that happening? Have I found the secret? Or am I doing something bad? Is this not what you want from me, game? I've literally gone up like 5 seconds since I started spamming. I don't know about you, but for me, I don't think any of these are golden. And yeah, you can tell it's completely irrelevant to time because it's continuing to spit these discs out even after I'm dead, which is not normally the case. Which gets me thinking. Will my game just crash if I sit on the screen long enough? Let's try and do Where's Waldo. You think there's a golden one somewhere in here? Wait a second. Did I just see sparkles? Oh no. You know what it was? I think it's when the flares touch the walls. It makes sparks. I think that's what I was seeing, yeah. I don't think there's actually any sparkles going on. Does that make me rethink how I want to do this room? I don't know. Oh, it does make me think about starting my timer an hour late. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You know, it's rough being a streamer when there's no one to remind you to start your timer. The horrors, really. It's, you know, how am I ever supposed to make it with the big leagues who don't even use timers? Man, there's seemingly never going to be a golden disc. So the golden disc must be based on time, if that is what's going on here. It's like, yeah, you would not be able to survive with this going on. I think that's pretty safe to say. Unless you were blasting. But blast just doesn't seem like a good idea in this room. I don't know. I feel like if the answer is absorb, first off, I hate it. And secondly, I feel like I'm just gonna... Because there's so many fucking discs in this room. I feel like I'm just gonna panic and not be able to absorb the one I actually want. Clone also doesn't make that much sense if you care about time. I really think it's just slow. You know what? It does always do the same amount of flares every time. What if I just didn't let it? What if I was like, no, you can't do those flares? Will it just not? Okay, nope, the ghosts are still a thing. Ghosts are still a thing. Okay. I thought I was so smart. It's called the Path. Does that have any significance? Probably not. Hopefully. I was thinking maybe if I just keep running in that direction, I would find something. Because of the arrow pointing in the prior room. I think, unfortunately, the answer is just survive. And I'm not very good at that. This might help my patience and also get me killed. That's not a good idea. Bad ideas are back on the menu, boys. And at least it starts out pretty easy. I just fucking hate these ghost discs, dude. Fucking hate their movement pattern. Because it's not a pattern. It's literally just random. They just don't move normally. And that's what you have to live with in this world. It's fucked up, but true. I feel like there's no good place for me to be. So you get 10 seconds or so for free. That's nice. And after that, it is completely random, whether you're going to have a hard time or an easy time of it. Don't like this. I feel like this was a bad place to be. And honestly, I don't really feel like there was much foresight I could have used there, because what foresight can you use on a randomly moving projectile? How was I supposed to know they were going to curve toward my very existence? I guess I should just always assume the worst. But unfortunately, that means that literally every direction is bad. There's no safe spot. Even when there's only like 10 of these on the screen. You're just always going to make a wrong decision at random. Which is a lot of fun. Great disc. Cool. 30 seconds seems to be my par. Oh, nice. I can get a pretty easy breezy 30 seconds. And then I kind of drop the ball. I don't know why I'm so partial to the right side of the screen. It just feels better to me for some reason. Okay, cool. Cool, dude. Another 30 seconds before the game became impossible. Like, this room compared to the one that had, like, those... Cool, just fucking curved directly on top of me. This room compared to that other room that had much larger projectiles and, like, the oval saws, discs, but they did not move randomly. That room is infinitely better. It's just a better, more enjoyable room for a lot of reasons. But for some reason, the dev time on that room, which one is it? It's one of these dark rooms. Perfect Dark? Was it Perfect Dark? No. Perfect Dark is horrible. I beat the dev... It must be this one then. Great Red Spot. I beat the dev time on this one so fucking easily. But... I don't understand why is the thing. Like, did they get a better time on this than they did on this room? Yeah, but only by, like, 8 seconds. When this room is just infinitely harder. So unless I'm missing something, which is possible, I might be missing something. Unless I'm missing something, I don't understand why they don't have a better time on that other room. But hey, I have been known to miss things here and there. Okay, I'd rather not be surrounded by discs at literally all sides. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for that one. Let's go back to using Blast. As bad of an idea as it sounds. Why is this called the path? Also, I just... Since I started actually successfully finding secrets, I guess that's just what I'm doing today. My bad. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to route the challenges, because I feel like there is something to that, right? Here's my new strat. Just hold charge so that timer keeps going up. And you're somewhat safe. Alright, somewhat. But yeah, I don't know. I've hit a stuck point. I've hit a I don't know what to do point with the routing. Because I don't know exactly how the secrets work. Or not secrets, but shortcuts. I don't know how you would get a shortcut if you need an adjacent room. I'll look into that, I guess. But more likely what the case is, I'll just... I mean, I might do more of it on this stream, but it depends on how long this shit is gonna take me. I haven't exactly been what I would say successful. We're getting somewhere. 40 seconds? Can't see. $45. $51. Still no gold, though. And I almost beat the dev time. How does that make sense? How does that make any sense? Really? I feel like I have to be missing something then. I mean, obviously, yeah, so it is easier with Blast if you use Blast, quote-unquote, correctly. But it's still not easy. Just a little bit easier. I also don't know how my strategy of holding this down the whole time holds up. because you do move significantly slower while holding this. I can't fucking see shit, because for some reason they also thought it would be a good idea to not give the player any sort of vision on this one. Yeah, just literally spawned and instantly started heading towards me. Awesome. Like on some of the dark rooms, you yourself have vision also, but not this one. Yeah. There goes me thinking I can outrun something that moves unpredictably. And is faster than me, is the main thing. I need to not get in that situation I was in last time, though, where I was pushing all of the flares away from me at all times. I think that's probably not the best strategy. These guys don't even care if you blast them while they're spawning. Actually, they maybe do? I don't know, it seemed like, yeah, one of them just completely ignored it twice now, so two of them just completely ignored it. Yeah, cool. Just literally did not see it at all and would not have ever been able to have seen that, because it's just a good room. Good room. Try and last as long as you can without having to use it. See, don't do it to the point where you get yourself killed because of it, though. Also, I should be using fast forward again, because the first 10 seconds are just a tedious slog with no danger involved. Yeah, cool. Spawned while the lights went off, and as soon as they turned back on, I just... Like, yeah, the right call there is just to let go of blast, assuming the worst, but I kind of hate that. I guess the second best call... The second best call is just don't stand on top, or near the spawning thing when it's spawning. Which is all the time. It's always spawning. Just don't stand near the center at all, ever. God, this room really hurts my eyes, though. I fucking hate having to solve a puzzle here that I don't even know if I'm doing correctly, because it doesn't seem to just rely on surviving. Feels like there's something else going on here. I don't know what it is, though. Wish I could see. Mostly wish this room didn't suck. Wish I could see again. Thanks. Is this the strat? Stand in between two flares, kind of like this. See how long you can last like this? Yep, I can't see. And all of the flares are being pushed away from me, so it's a lot of fun. Fucking, it's so stupid! I fucking hate this room. It actually hurts to look at. It seems complete bullshit. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing to unlock this golden guy. I don't even know if I've seen the golden guy, but like it's just impossible to tell because everything is red. Like, for all I know, the fucking golden disc spawns in at 10 seconds, but it looks like all of the others. How would I know? Maybe I should try the absorb thing in this room. It didn't do anything. I don't know, dude. I fucking hate this. The other thing I can do is just hope that the repeat disc is, in one of the other two, or the repeat disc is in this room, so I don't actually have to do this room. But the other thing is that, like, if there is something to be discovered in Timeless, it seems to imply that I have to do it in this room. Because, I mean, it's called The Path. Timeless is the only room whose floor is an arrow pointing to the right. instead of just an X. All of these are X's, except Timeless is an arrow. I hate it. I just don't want my eyes to hurt anymore, so instead I'm gonna do this. Why am I using mirror? What the fuck? Was not my intention. But fuck it, I guess I'm using mirror. Mirror, you know, mirror could potentially be somewhat good in this room. I just, I fucking suck at using it. Like, I'm just not good at estimating where I'm going to end up on the other side, so... More often than not, I'm gonna telefrag myself like that. I get that I can also hold down the button to see where I'm gonna end up. Where's the fun in that? You also have to, like, actively spending the time to look at where you're gonna end up. Is in and of itself, like, as dangerous as just guessing, because you have to spend time not looking at yourself. So I would prefer just, you know, doing a quick guess of where I'm gonna end up. That seems to work out better for me. Cool. Is this good? This doesn't feel good. I'm using Blast. Blast also doesn't feel good, but... Yeah, I don't even know why I thought it... Get Blast out of here. I mean, having one less of these guys is potentially good. Still kind of hate the way Absorb works. In that it, like, carries another guy. I mean, I know that's just how it works, and it's for puzzles, and I'm sure that's very important and cool, but, like, I don't know, outside of the puzzles, I don't know many situations that you want to bring a disc into another room. So just get rid of it. Yeah, like, again, clone is kind of like the funny answer, but it's not really a good answer. And, like, especially if the disc that I'm waiting for is spawned in based on time. That's actually a good experiment. So, 4 discs. Nope, they keep spawning in even when I didn't get more time. Okay, so if they're gonna keep spawning in regardless of time, then fuck it. Clone everywhere. You'll never stop my army unless you kill all of us at once. That's, like, kind of a dick move, so... I don't know. I just don't use clone productively at all. I don't, dude. I just get my clones killed as soon as I spawn them. Like, it's a miracle if they survive for more than a few seconds. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's stupid. Blast makes no sense. Mirror is just kind of worse than Dash, in my opinion. I guess Dash is the only answer, and the other part of it is just be better. So let's work on that. Let's work on that. But knowing that they spawn independently of score is actually pretty huge. Because that means that the faster you are at getting these tiles, the safer it is. I don't know if that has anything to do with the golden disc spawning, though, because the golden disc may or may not depend on time. It may also just be, like, real time versus score time. Is what I mean to say. Like, once a certain amount of these other guys have spawned in, it just picks a golden one. Can never be too sure. If I had to guess, it would be at 30 seconds. if it is based on tiles versus time. But I have no real reason to believe it's not just based on time, so maybe I should just chill out for a bit and try and survive with Blast. Good start. Blast doesn't even seem that good, honestly. Maybe if I sit in a corner, it'll be better. Like, if I really don't care about time, then I guess I can just spam the shit out of it. Well, also, like, that's not how time works in this place. Fuck, one disc got through. It's not how time works in this place. It's by touching tiles anyways. It seems like if you shoot the disc that's spawning them, they all go in the direction that you blasted towards. Versus if you just blast the discs themselves. No, I don't know. I just don't know how it works. I think they just always shoot. Wait, did these guys shoot at you? I thought it was random. No, these guys definitely shoot at you. So maybe doing this way does not make any sense at all. Maybe it's something more like this is what you're looking for. Going like back and forth and holding on to your blast as long as possible. See, now I'm getting into a little bit of a sticky situation, I would call it. A little bit of a tricksy-wixy, whoopsie-whoopsie, oopsie-whoopsie. Okay. Let's, since, like... Well, first off, it's not spawning anymore in. Let's think about that. If I die here, does it continue spawning? No. That's interesting. Because in that other room in the dark, it kept spawning after I died, but that might just be a bug, honestly. Because, like, I feel like you could very easily reach a memory overload and just crash the game by sitting in that room. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's probably based on tiles touched and not real time. That's my current guess. Is that I need to collect these tiles as quickly as possible due to the fact that I hate these guys. And they are going to keep spawning regardless of how many tiles I've touched. I really fucking hate these guys. It's like the worst AI to deal with. They abruptly stop. It's impossible to tell what direction they're going to keep going in unless you were paying attention before they stopped, which is impossible when there's more than like 3 of them. AKA instantly. They do shoot at you, but it's at you, like they've determined their shooting direction when they stop moving. So it's not actually at you, so long as you keep moving after they stopped. Which you probably will be if you're trying to go fast. It's just too much. The fact that they bounce, too. Like, the projectiles they shoot bounce once. I mean, thankfully it's only once, but it's still a lot. Any amount of bouncing is a lot when you've got as many of them as you do. Ugh. I'm trying to go fast. It's not working out, can you tell? I also I fucking hate it. I hate any disc that stands still because they, especially in a room that you have to touch things, they can just camp certain spots. I mean, they won't camp it forever, but like, Especially when you have a lot of these guys abruptly stopping in random positions. It's a lot of space that you're just not able to walk over at any given time. Should probably be using dash a little bit more, at all. That's my current suggestion to myself. I hate it, man. It's just... if it was just that they shoot directly at you, it would be fine. Even if they keep changing their direction, like if it rotated the shot while it was firing so that it would be like a curved line, I would prefer that. Even though the discs would be scattered all over the place. I would prefer that than just having to guess where it's gonna shoot because I'm not paying attention to when the fucking dude stops. I would also just prefer... well, maybe I wouldn't prefer if it was random. Random is probably the worst of all worlds. $30 is a lot, dude. Clearing 3 whole floors. That is a lot. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do this room. You know what? Maybe... actually, I can't because of Timeless. Ugh! What is the other room I don't have 10 seconds in, though? You think it's probably one of the bonus rooms? On the edges? Yes. Yes, it is. Why don't I have 4 in this, though? Oh, yeah, because they just... yeah, it's bad. That's why. I remember. I remember everything now. Not exactly. That's not the terminology I'd use. Originally, I came into the stream with the intention of routing for a, yeah, no, you can't use dash here. I came into the stream with the intention of routing these challenges. Because, like, the game has to be possible that you can complete all 8 of these on one run. Because it literally has, like, a bar at the bottom that's, like, 0 out of 8, so... obviously, there is some way of getting 8 out of 8. But there's, like, something about the game that I just don't understand well enough to know how to route this, so I'll walk you through the process. I have to die from less than 12 different disc types, and also never die from the same disc type twice. So if you work that through in your brain, you realize that I am only allowed to enter 12 rooms, right? So how do you beat the game only entering 12 rooms? Like, literally the path from the start, if I went straight up to the boss, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Already that's 9 rooms, and you can't do that. You can't just go in a straight line. So there's gotta be, like, some shortcut thing that I don't know how to do. There have to be shortcuts. And I was thinking, like, my strategy was, is this a shortcut? If I survive 10 seconds in all unlocked rooms, will this room just unlock, regardless of if I have an adjacent room to it? So I tried it, I went into a new game, and I beat these... what was it? I think it was, yeah, just these 4 or 5 rooms? No. I beat these 6 rooms, okay? I don't fucking remember what rooms I beat. Alright, but you can check the fucking VOD. I beat some amount of rooms here. They were all of the rooms I had unlocked. I had unlocked just those rooms, and I had over 10 seconds in every single one of them, and it didn't unlock this room. So... I don't know what the criteria is for unlocking rooms, I guess. I thought that you just had to beat the clear condition, even if you couldn't see the room. but apparently you also have to be adjacent to it, because another thing I did was, to unlock this room, you have to survive 90 seconds in this zone. So I did another run where I did these 4 rooms, and I had over 90 seconds total in all of them. Like, you know, combined time between all of them, I had over 90 seconds. And it still didn't unlock this room. So I guess you do have to have an adjacent corridor. Because, like, these rooms are adjacent, but there's not a corridor in between them. So, I guess you really do need to path your entire way up to the last boss. But, as you can see, that becomes an issue when you look at this room, which, if you really do have to path through corridors to reach this point, you have to defeat all 4 gatekeepers prior to the last boss. So, optimally, your route might look something like this. Beat these 4 rooms, die to 4 unique discs, which unlocks this room, but you don't actually have to go into this room, because if you have over 90 seconds between the 4 rooms you went into, you unlock the gatekeeper. Technically, you don't have to die in the gatekeeper room. You can survive it, because the first time you enter a gatekeeper room, you just have to get the clear condition for the boss, and it lets you through without dying. So, within the first zone, the bare minimum, like absolute minimum, is you have to die 4 times. But then I immediately just don't know what to do. Like, it hit a complete stopping point when, you know, you look at the corridors and you're like, okay, so, like, this area is completely self-isolated from these rooms that I'm, like, hovering over right now. These rooms are all connected, and then you go through this one corridor that leads you into the new zone, and then what? You can go left, and that's a dead end. You can go right, but immediately there's an issue. Because to go right, you need to unlock 2 different abilities. And if we look back at the challenge menu, one of the challenges is unlock only 1 ability. So there's just straight up something I'm not understanding about how you unlock rooms. Like, there's some sort of shortcut technology I haven't discovered. I don't know how to discover it. But we also experimented with going into difficulty, because there is a section where you can just unlock all of the zones, but immediately when you go in there and change that, it makes all of the, oops, what the fuck? What did I... No, I don't want to view comics. Immediately when you alter the unlocks, it invalidates all challenges. So, that is not the answer either. So I have no clue. I have no clue how to progress in a complete challenge run. I think JW literally retweeted someone who had all 8 challenges. So, someone out there has done it. I don't know the route, though. So I started working on secrets, and that's what I'm doing to this day. Is just trying to do more unlocks in the actual game. This is a fun one. This is what you're supposed to do in this room? I wonder if Absorb would do good here. Like, it's still a lot to dodge. It's actually way too much to dodge. Even with Absorb. Like, you could take one of these out of the equation. Actually, wait, that other one isn't exploding, now that I think about it. Let's do that. What happens? What happens if I absorb one? Am I just gonna live a fucking carefree existence? No, that one's gonna pop. Does it always pop at 5 orbs, or is it time-based? Let's work on that, just so I understand the room a little bit better. That one pops instantly. Okay. And does the other one pop time-based, or is the other one because I got 5 seconds? Let's just pick up orbs. Just in case. Oh, no, it is time-based. Cool. Clone does not seem very helpful. Clone is just a fucking meme, dude. It is just a meme. Potentially, I could just speedrun 10, like, very quickly if I was better at using Mirror. I'm not. I'm not good at using Mirror. Like, that was probably a suboptimal use right there. I just think too long about where it's gonna put me. Blast seems like the only actual non-meme answer. It's not very good. As you can tell, it's not very good. You still can't really move around with it, which is kind of the entire point. So that I'm trying to be able to move around with it. You know what's weird, also? Why is that second one not exploding sometimes? If you keep bullying them with blasts, do they not explode? No, he definitely explodes. Why did it take the other one so long to explode there? No clue. Maybe it's just like one has to explode after a certain amount of time. Good one. It might be that one has to explode after a certain amount of time, and then after that the cooldown is like really long. It seems like when I get 5 orbs, something instantly explodes, but I'm not sure if that's just because I'm getting... It's just because I'm getting 5 orbs at a consistent amount of time. That's all it is. Cool. Mistimed it horribly. This just seems awful, dude. I don't know how you're supposed to do this. I wish I didn't unlock this room. I'm so interested in how you could possibly get a shortcut in this game. Like, I just don't understand how it works, I guess. I really would have to, like, go back through my VOD the first time I went through the game and see what room it was that I unlocked seemingly without having an adjacent room. It was something in the dark room. I know that for sure. I just don't remember which one it was. But I remember being like, oh cool, I unlocked a new room or something. And then it was, something in the dark room I didn't want to do. Or maybe it was just a golden room. Maybe golden rooms are the only ways you can get shortcuts, which means that's not useful for challenge room or challenge run purposes. No fucking idea. I don't understand this room. This room just feels awful. Maybe I want... I mean, slow really doesn't make that much sense, because I feel like I'm just going to get walled in an undodgeable situation, but... Yeah, like, there is no fucking way to get through that. It is a straight-up fucking wall. I feel like the only answer for me in this room is get lucky, and I hate it when that's the case. Yeah, you can't do anything with slow. Clone really just seems like a fucking meme. Like, I don't feel like Clone is going to help me get 10 seconds. Because, like, yeah, as soon as I get 5, just everything dies instantly. There's no way I can use that to be fast enough. It's just Blast. Like, literally just Blast, and I hate it. Ugh. Not a fan. Fuck, dude. You get into so many situations when you're using Blast that, immediately bounce a disc right back to you up against a wall, and you're just playing fucking table tennis with yourself. Playing some racquetball. I just hate it. I just hate it. The discs move so fucking fast that, like, you can't position yourself in a quote-unquote good spot to blast them. You just have to blast them as soon as they get close to you, and odds are you're not going to like where the discs go after you blast them. Like, what do you do? How do I clear space so that I can get that orb? Orb spawned in the fucking corner of the room, which is basically impossible. I don't get it. Not a good start when you stutter step over an orb. Awesome. Maybe I didn't charge it enough, but I definitely felt like one of those discs that killed me should have been blasted by my blast there, and it just wasn't. I feel slightly cheated. Also, I don't know, a lot of this, again, just feels like it's get lucky, which I hate it when a room boils down to get lucky. I fucking hate this. Moving towards a corner is just impossible when there's a disc there. Like, how are you supposed to push through it? The closer you get, the faster it bounces back into your face. I have no idea how you're intended to combat this. I don't... Maybe there's more that I'm missing with Absorb. Like, maybe I have to wait until it's just about to start bursting and then I take it. Oh, wait, and then I can put it back. Oh, wait. Oh, this actually changes the entire fucking room into a juggling act. I think I was just actually misunderstanding the room. I get it now. I feel stupid. I actually really like the room. Turns out this is cool. It was just very easy to misunderstand. Because the room doesn't have a title or anything either, it's just question marks. I changed my opinion on this room entirely. I think it's actually a lot of fun. Okay, cool. I did that. Cool room. Enjoyable experience. So now, the only room that I have no time in at all is Timeless, right? Everything else has more than 10 seconds. It's exactly 10 seconds. Let's go through them all. From the bottom. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Uh-huh. Just in case Timeless doesn't count, is why I'm doing this. Because it's possible that, Timeless really is a special case, but it's seeming like, no, I do just need to get 10 seconds in Timeless, yeah. I don't know how. You think it's like that other room, where you just have to wait an absurd amount of time? Like, just a miserably absurd amount of time? Where's the other disc? Oh, there it is. No, it really is Timeless. far as I can tell. Still just got 2 discs in here. They're basically just doing the exact same bounce pattern over and over again. Is that one perfectly diagonal? Holy shit. That's a miracle. Jam. I have a feeling this isn't the answer. Kinda is a bop though. Alright, take me out of there. Yeah, wow, that was random that guy ended up being perfectly fucking diagonal. That's crazy. The only fucking clue I have in this room is this arrow that's pointing to the right. Which fucking sucks. By the way, the other secret that I'm trying to figure out is this one. I mean, I already know the answer to it, though. The answer to this room is I have to discover every single kind of golden disc type. Each one of these lines has lit up when I've discovered a new golden disc. And there's 2 that I have not discovered. Which sucks. So, I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Literally the only things left for me to do are grind out one of these 2 rooms. Danger Zone or The Path. Timeless is seemingly an unsolvable puzzle for me. You think there's any significance in the dev team time? Like, does 21 or 29121 mean anything? I don't think so. Like, I've already memed around with the fact that dash is also an arrow, but like, does not serve any purpose in this room. Definitely does not make it not timeless. I've tried all of the abilities extensively. Like, I've brought in more than... Like, the thing you do to unlock this room is die with over 4 discs in this room, which I've done before by bringing in, shredded... No. By bringing in this disc, which clones itself over and over again. So this is how you can very easily get more than 4 discs in this room. Even when there's more than 4 discs, it does not start counting up the timer. It's just a lot of discs. And that's it. And the other thing is, like, I can't tell if doing something in the path is going to unlock a secret for Timeless, or if doing a secret in Timeless is going to unlock something in the path. Because I've lasted 52 seconds, which isn't as good as the dev team time. But I would think that that's good enough to find a golden disc. I mean, I know there's a golden disc in here. So I would have imagined that, you know, I've done my part. Which makes me think that maybe I spawned the golden disc, but it's just impossible to tell. Let's try that. It's not that one. Let's try and die to every single fucking sea urchin flare that pops out of this. And maybe one of them is mysteriously golden. Nope. Nope. Also, wait. Interestingly enough, these sea urchins actually spawn in an interesting pattern. Which makes me think that there's more to this. Considering the room is called the path. Right? Like, I'm not losing my mind here? Maybe there's a specific path I'm supposed to go through this area. Let's think on that. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Do that again. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. It's always the same. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Where would that be used, though? Left, wait. Left, down, down. Wait, what was it? Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Oops. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. From this room... I don't know where you input this code, if it is a code to be input. I mean, it is interesting that in this room there's an arrow pointing towards the path, and then the path shows you a combination that when you start from the path, left, down, down, left, up, right, up, it does leave you on timeless. Alright, so let's see if I can, like, input it here. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Didn't do anything. Like, I don't know what the clear condition would be to actually input this code. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. And maybe this isn't even the starting point. Great red spot. Perfect dark, discomfort, infrared, heart of darkness, timeless, event horizon. Great red spot is a weird title, but I don't know, it might just be a reference I don't understand. Or it might just be the fact that you're the only light source in the whole room or something, I don't know. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. I mean, Heart of Darkness is probably just named that because it's the middle of the dark area. Maybe I have to die in each room. So let's start here. Die. Oops. Well, no, because then you have to die in Timeless, which is kind of... Oh, fuck, I keep fucking it up by pressing shift instantly. Die. Ah, I did again. Die. 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 Down, down. Fuck! I can't see. How was my best time in this room with Absorb? Probably because I brought in a flare or something, I guess. Dude, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's definitely something to this, I just don't know how to input the code. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's nothing special about it. Nothing's happening. Left, down, down. But like, I don't think the answer would take you outside of the area is the thing. So, like, this can't be the starting point. Otherwise, left, down, left takes you out of the zone. That doesn't feel right. I don't even know if I'm inputting the code in the right place, you know? Why is this arrow right? I don't know, dude. Left, down, left, up, right, up. And then do I just hit right? And something special will happen in here? No! I have no idea how it wants me to interact with it. Like, my only interaction with the game is ability or death. I have no ability that really inputs a direction. Maybe this is saying dash and it wants me to dash in a certain way. Left. Down. Down. Left. Up. Right. Up. Oops. Nothing, right? Left, down, left, up, right, up. See, the other thing is it's called the path. And I don't think that... I don't think it would be something I just do in this one room. Because it's not like a path. Like, the path seems to allude to me having to navigate through the darkness in a certain way. And it just seems too fucking perfect that if you start it from the path, left, down, left, up, right, up, takes you straight to Timeless. And the other thing is, like, it even has the corridors perfectly so that you can do that. Like, from the path, left, down, left, up, right, up, doesn't go through any walls. Like, you know how technically I can, if I'm outside of the menu, there is no corridor up, but I can still press up and it will take me through the room. I don't even have to do that here. They all have corridors. It works perfectly. I don't know. I might be reading way too deep into this. It just feels like there's so many threads that I could pull on. But every time I tug, it doesn't give me anything. Like, is there any other thing I can do to interact with the world? How would I? There's nothing. None of these abilities, outside of dash, are, like, directional enough that I could input a code or something. Like, maybe dash? But, like, I don't see how. I did that opposite. Left, down, left, up. And like, I'm not blasting anything, so it's not like this matters. I don't know, man. I don't know. Feels like there's nowhere for me to put this code in outside of the path and the levels, but I don't know what counts as success, right? Like, how do I know I've succeeded in carrying the path through the whole area? I feel like I'm so close, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure out the last step. Like, I just have no leads whatsoever. I just also don't know if, like, a golden disc will ever show up in the path, or if a golden disc will ever show up in Timeless, unless I solve whatever this secret is. Like, it's very suspicious that both of these have a golden disc. It's probably the same golden disc in both of these rooms. And if I had to guess, when I solve the puzzle, it's going to, like, unlock the golden disc in Timeless, and that's going to be, like, the completed room that I can actually do. But since this also has a golden disc, I would have to imagine that this is where you unlock it, and then that golden disc just shows up here as, whatever stops it from being timeless. I don't know. But I have no idea how to input the code in here, either. Like, what the fuck do I do? I don't see it. I don't see what I'm supposed to be doing. This feels like something I'm just gonna have to look up, honestly. This, I don't know, man. Out of ideas. The other thing I can do is just get the golden disc in this room, even though I hate it. This is an interesting one, too. Survive 0 seconds or less seems like an actual impossible task. I don't know why it's called to get a room, either. Like... doesn't make sense, but... you know, usually people say get a room when they're being too intimate in front of someone else, and these discs are kind of laying babies. So, you know, I guess they should really get a room for that kind of thing. Survive 0 seconds or less. Like, it stops time while you're doing this. So this is the best candidate. For some reason, my dumbass brain was like, yes, Blast is the best candidate. What is my cat doing? Hello? Excuse me? Look at this guy. Yeah, you're not supposed to be up there doing what you were doing. I don't even know how he got there. That's a tall jump for you. It's like that's a solid 5-foot jump, buddy. That's crazy. Alright. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Cannot hear me at all. You got... No! You can't immediately... No! You can't just go back up there. No. Go on. Sentiment of the story is he jumped like 5 feet. Quite a jump. Alright, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, for some reason I was like, you can't use Blast because it doesn't stop the timer long enough. I didn't even think about Mirror. 5 of his feet or yours. I would say five of my feet. His feet are a little not impressive if that was how high he jumped. Dash, slow, clone. Like, clone doesn't really make sense either, because you can't clone fast enough to get down to 0. There's one other interesting thing. There's one disc in this area that I picked up and it immediately killed me. Is it the clone one? And also, was that a bug? Okay, it was the clone one. Do I still have it in me? No, it bust out. Okay, I'm just interested... Well, I don't... This isn't gonna work. Because, like, I was like, maybe the time that I'm in this menu will count, and as soon as I spawn in, I'll just die. But, no. That's not how that works. It might literally just be a frame-perfect double tap. Oops. No, because it doesn't stop time immediately. That's why you can't use this. Because it gives you, like, a few milliseconds. It gives you, like, half a second before it starts stopping the time. Like, even if I'm trying my goddamned hardest with clone, you can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Door stuck. I'm trying my goddamn hardest here. Yeah, like the earliest point you can actually die in this level is like half a second in. So clone is a no-go. And like blast is the only thing that lets you instantly stop time, but you can't die with it. Like, the discs don't spawn in fast enough to let you die instantly. Like, look, I'm stopping the time, but I'm still getting some milliseconds afterwards. The closest I can get is 0.1. Oops, not what I wanted. Wow. Yeah, this also seems like an impossible challenge. I still have no idea how to complete. Survive 0 seconds or less. Like, I've already said this before, but the or less part really seems to imply that there is some way of getting negative time. And I have no idea how. How the fuck would you get negative time? None of the abilities let you get negative time. I mean, dash also stops time instantly now that I think about it, but it doesn't matter because, yeah. Like, you still have the problem you did with blast. Like, even if you get that frame perfect dash, you still can't die fast enough. I mean, let alone the fact that I have not seen it at 0-0 ever, and I've tried it a handful of times. It might actually be impossible. Oops. It might actually be impossible to get that frame perfect kill. Or frame perfect time stop. It didn't even let go of the button there. 0.33 or 0.033 is pretty low. 0.066 I've seen a few times. 0.05 I've seen a few times. That was another thing. You can use both shift buttons. Oh god. 0.66, 066. 05. 066. If you do it too fast, it doesn't even work. Like, you have to have a slight delay on it. I was having better luck double tapping the same button. 066. The lowest I've gotten is 033, which is probably 1 frame. Or 2 frames. 1 or 2 frames, somewhere in there. But I don't know. It doesn't seem to work with Blast. Didn't I get 033 when I was using Dash? Lowest I've gotten with Blast is 05. Let's try it with Dash again. Oh 66. Just did Dash. 066. 066. 05. I feel like there's some randomness involved here, too. Oh well. I've got no fucking clue. No idea. There's nothing that kills you instantly, so you have to do something to subtract time. Which is seemingly impossible. I have no idea what would subtract time. And I thought about taking something from the timeless room into this room, and maybe that stops time. It doesn't. As far as I know, there's nothing that stops time. There's nothing that stops time, right? There aren't any discs or something that... no, there aren't. There's nothing that stops time. Completely. Maybe there would be in the timeless room if I solved whatever fucking puzzle that is, which is why I've kind of not been paying that much attention to this room, as I just assume that I need something else that I don't have yet. I don't know, dude. Oh, the path. The path, the path, the path. Left, down, down, left, up, right, up. I don't know what you want from me. Like, is that not... Does that not feel like something? The fact that all of these dark rooms have X's on the middle of the floor? Except the one in Timeless. I mean, you can't see it in this one, but if I get slow out, you can see that, yes, it has an X on the floor also. X on the floor. X on the floor. X on the floor. They all have X's, except this one is an arrow pointing to the right. Which would make me think... Well, actually, wait. Left, down, down, left. Up, right, up. There is only one right arrow? So maybe it's saying that this is not... maybe this is the right arrow of the puzzle, so... I would come up, right, and then there would be another room above this one? Maybe that's the puzzle? So, up, right, up. Which means the starting room would be the gatekeeper. Left, down, down, left. No, it would not be. The starting room would be this room. Left, down, down, up. No. The starting room would be a room that's impossible to get to. Left, down, down, left. Up. I mean, unless it's not right from this room, but right to this room, then this could still work, but... You know, that still has a problem of, that is a room I can't get to. I'm out of ideas. I am... completely out of ideas. And I've solved all of the golden room puzzles, except the one that requires me to die to every golden disc. They seemingly give you absolutely nothing for solving them. There's probably something when you solve all of them, but... you know. That's a little difficult. I guess literally the only thread that I can actually push on, or pull on, fuck, is this room, which is probably just going to be really fucking hard. Do I have slow? I think I have slow, yeah. It's not the best thing to have here, but also not when I use it like a dumbass. Cool. And I didn't switch it. And I didn't switch it again. I don't know, let's try it for a little bit. Maybe it's cool. Maybe I'll actually really enjoy slow. Maybe I'll never use it and instead just walk into death at the earliest opportunity. I'm just not patient enough for this room. And most rooms, and most things in general. That's not entirely true. I have a decent amount of patience for something. I wouldn't still fucking be here right now if I didn't have any patience. I just don't know what to do. I feel lost, man. I feel lost. Completely lost. Just some of these puzzles, I don't know what they're looking for, you know? This room just feels like a complete fucking mess after you clear the first floor of tiles. Too many goddamn projectiles for me to reasonably get another entire floor cleared. Like, this is a really impressive room to have 30 on. This is one of those dev times that you're like, ah. They worked real hard on this one. Because some of them they definitely didn't. Some of them are like, that's a high score. This one is like, oh, they really went at it. I was gonna say he, as if it was just JW, but for all I know, JW is shit. He did have that 22-second time on the final gatekeeper, though. He did have that going for him. Really? That killed? While most discs have very forgiving hitboxes, it feels like these chunky boys really don't. Their hitboxes feel pretty accurate, which is not what I like, because I'm used to being I'm used to being able to run through discs a little bit. But if you try that on these guys, not gonna have a good time. Oh, cool. I did that thing that I said you can sometimes do where you walk yeah, look at that! It is fucking possible for you to walk directly down the middle of a path and not pick these up. Like, that shouldn't be possible. I feel like the hitbox on those floor tiles needs to be a little more forgiving. Yes, technically if I am perfectly in line, I am not on one tile or the other. But, how about you just let me get both? Because that's both more satisfying for gameplay. And, you know, I think that's the end of the story. That's just more fun. doesn't really take away from the challenge. Like, even if I can clear these floor tiles ever so slightly faster, it's still pretty fucking rough. Especially given that these guys just spawn in completely regardless of how many tiles you've picked up or not. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to get it a little bit more, but still not even fucking close to 30, so... No clue how I'm gonna pull off that one. No clue. God damn it, dude. I see like a bunch of dudes firing all in the same spot, and I'm like, okay, they're done. So I don't expect any more shots to come out if they're off sync. Which they usually are off sync, outside of the first 3 that spawn. Damn it. It was kind of close. If I had thought quick enough, I could have escaped there. Almost. Stop, dude. I'm surprised I got that tile. I thought it would have cheated me. They usually do. The tiles don't want you to succeed. The discs would love for you to succeed. The tiles? No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh my god. Like, this is why I don't want to do this room, because I know I'm gonna be here for a decade. Not making any goddamn progress. Like, all of the other rooms I've grinded out, there's been, like, some strategy that I've developed. It really feels like there's no strategy for this room, other than... dodge. Be good at the game. Which is a strategy I simply don't respect. Like, look at this shit. That's so much. And just so I'm not losing my mind, I'm just not going to collect any more. Dudes are going to keep spawning, right? They actually... Yep, no, and then they kept going. They stopped for a bit, and then started again. Yep. That seems to be the pattern. They spawn in, like, groups of 3. Is another one gonna come, or it's gonna stop since I died? And then another... Yep. Groups of 3. That's how it goes. Surprised I lived there. Not surprised I died there. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing on this room that I'm not. Like, it's difficult to the point that I'm like, there must be something I'm missing. Similar to how I was missing that you're supposed to, like, juggle absorbing those guys. There was a blue one there. Did I see it? Was there really? Are you talking about, like, after I died? Because that's just blood. That's just my blue veins popping. But if there's actually a different one, I guess I'll keep my eyes peeled a little bit more accurately. Let's try. That's, well, no, there's no way that it's blue, though. Like, you must have just been talking about my blood, because, yeah, it had to have been my blood, because the only discs I'm missing have to be golden at this point. Or at least that seems to be the trend. If you look at the discs on this page, they're all divided into areas that you unlock them in. Except these last ones, which are all golden discs. So the 2 discs I'm missing are in all likelihood going to be golden. Which means I have a long way to go before I find whatever golden room or golden disc is in this room. The other thing that's like really getting to me is the fact that they keep spawning regardless of how many of these tiles I touch. I don't feel like that's in the spirit of the game though. I feel like they probably do, especially with the dev team time being higher than 30. I feel like they must reward you for getting past 30 with a delicious golden treat. I can't say that for sure though. It might just be time-based on when the golden one spawns. Like, raw time, not in-game score time. Which, I don't know, that's maybe worth experimenting with a little bit more. Because I do think it's a little bit easier to survive if you group these guys up using Blast. I'm not doing the best job of it here, but... yeah, definitely not doing the best job of it there. I don't know, man. It seems hard. I'll say that. I'll say that. Pretty confidently. I'm gonna go back to trying to do time, because time feels like something I can do. Whereas, even if I get a shit ton of those guys clumped up, which I did earlier, I got it to the point where there were like over 15 of these guys spawned in, and there was still no golden one. Made me pretty confidently believe that the solution is score, not waiting. Oop. Whoops. So I'm gonna keep going for that for the time being. I don't remember exactly how many of these guys had spawned in, but it was enough that I looked at the screen and I was like, this is difficult to the point that if they really expect you to survive this long, no. No thank you. I mean, another thing I could technically be doing this entire time that I wouldn't say I've really been avoiding. More so, it's just like, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it most of the time, but now that I'm actually talking about it, I guess I should explain that I do understand that since I am just going for, like, discovery and unlocks, that, yeah, technically, I could just go into difficulty and make the game easier for myself. I mean, technically, I could just go into zones and unlock everything, too, right? But that's not really what I'm going for. I'm trying to accomplish things on the default difficulty. Whether that makes me a whiny baby boy or a strong, tough gamer boy, you decide. I'm definitely making it harder on myself for no good reason. But I feel like the accomplishment has somewhat more direct validation if I do it on the default. Not that, you know, it's it's a you cheated not only the game, but you cheated yourself moment if you do lower the difficulty. Different strokes for different folks, basically. Which sounds way worse when you pronounce the L in folk. Oh god, I hate this room though. It's much less bad than the one where the lights are flashing though. This is just bad because it's difficult and I don't like hard things. But at least my eyes don't feel like they're bleeding. I mean, they still kind of do, just as a leftover side effect of being in that dark room for too long. God damn it, I should have just dashed through there. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, I'll just wait for them to pass. And died instead. That was the better outcome in my eyes. Oh my god, why am I so greedy? Like, that's the few attempts that I've had that have gone really well were attempts that I've slowed down and waited for things to like pass and get out of the area that I need to go towards. It's just like against every fiber in my being to do that. Especially when I know that this room gets harder the longer you sit in it. Everything in my body tells me I should just constantly be touching tiles. Hate that. Hate that. But again, I don't know. Like, I guess I shouldn't say anything until I get to 30, which first off, wowie wee wow-oh. It's so hard, though! Like, that was a really good attempt. That was a really good attempt, and I still had 7 seconds worth of tiles that I needed to touch. But maybe I'm just getting better. Let's not think of extreme, oh, maybe there's a puzzle I need to solve here, maybe there's some fucking ARG and I need to move my game folders around and write a Steam review that says, I love Disc Room, especially Danger Zone, that is my favorite room, and then it'll unlock the secret. I don't, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that that is or isn't the case. But if I had to guess, the solution is probably just survive longer than 30 seconds. So let's work on that. Let's work on surviving longer than 10 seconds. How about that? Once we get that accomplished, we can work on the bigger picture. I hate that, dude. That is the worst part of this room. Projectiles, I deal with it. You know, it's not that big of a deal. Most of the time, the projectiles are the easier part of this room, which sounds really backwards, especially considering if you look at the deaths, I've probably died to these projectiles about 10 times as much as I've died to the ones that shoot them. I can actually look at that. Sniper died 199. Actually, those numbers are way closer than I thought they would be. I do spend a decent amount of time running into these snipers because A, I'm impatient, and also B, once it gets to the point where there's like 4 or 5 on screen at the same time, which is like very quickly, when they abruptly stop, like, if you start approaching a sniper that has stopped moving, it's very hard to predict what direction it's going to move in after it's done firing. Now, the correct response is just don't stand next to snipers that have stopped moving then. Which, congratulations, here's your Nobel Prize in Scientology. But I am dumb and like to go fast, is my rebuttal. Where's my Nobel Prize in Scientology, or whatever the fuck I said? Fuck, dude! Ah! Did they have to draw a giant F on my screen, too? Who did that? Who drew that? Oh well. 26. That's, you know, we've got a good pattern going here. I'm definitely improving, even though it may not look like I am, if you watch closely. I got that 26 very close to when I got my 22, or whatever my high score before that was. I'm starting to understand how to control them a little bit more. You just got the golden disc here while watching me? God damn, dude. Don't rub it in too hard. What's that like? I wish I knew what it was like being good at games. Whew. I'm on it, dude. That, you know what? I shouldn't look at that as a sign that I truly am the inferior gamer I always knew I was. I should take this as motivation. This is an inspiring moment for all of us. I refuse to be the one who drags us down. I'll push us up from the bottom, comrades. If we all work together, we can all find the golden disc. I need to... that's exactly what I was going to say I need to stop doing. Literally as I started the sentence. I was going to say I need to stop doubling back on myself, because that's where it starts to become an issue. If you keep going in a circle, it's actually not that bad. But it's kind of hard when you take in the fact that I also have to be touching these tiles on the floor. I can't always cleanly go in a circle and also quickly touch tiles. Sometimes I have to double back ever so slightly. I'm gonna assume I'm doing whatever I'm supposed to correctly, though, in order to get this golden disc. I would hope so. I would hope that you wouldn't just come in here talking about how you got it, but would also say, "Oh, you're doing it way fucking wrong, dude. What the fuck are you doing?" Oh, man. I feel like it really is just, get to 30 seconds or some shit. It's gotta be. It absolutely has to be. But I'm getting there. As I tend to. Very slowly, I'm getting there. Speaking of getting there, after talking about it for the entirety of a week, my girlfriend and I did finally accomplish the huge feat of watching Borat 2. I got some things to say about Borat 2. I think it's definitely, it was funny. There were some good moments, especially, God, like, towards the end of it. Like, towards the end of that movie, it went some places I didn't expect it to, and I was 100% for it. The period spent during quarantine was one of my favorite parts of the entire movie. Like, those two guys, man. And, like, I saw a fucking Twitter thing, like, in Twitter's trending tab. Like, of all of the people, to say anything about, you know, Borat 2, Twitter trending was like, yes, the grandmother, who I guess the babysitter in Borat 2 was a grandma, whatever. That lady, who acted as the babysitter for Borat's daughter, was betrayed because she didn't know it was a comedy movie. And, like, I don't know why that has to be breaking news when, like, isn't that literally the entire point of the movie? Is people aren't in on the joke? Like, that's how you get people's reactions? By doing dumb shit, is not telling them it's staged? But I don't know, man. Like, out of all of the people that could have come out and been like, oh, that is, look at what you've made of me, she looks like the best fucking human being in the entire movie. Like, that lady is one of the only completely sane, rational ladies in the movie. So I don't know why she's trying to make a story about the experience. Like, she already, I don't know. I guess, like, in making any new story is probably a little bit better, because, like, it at least puts a name to who you are from the movie, because, like, otherwise, you know, people would just be like, oh, she's the lady from Borat 2, but whatever. I don't know. It just felt weird. It felt like... Why are you trying to make it sound bad? Like, yes, it's a comedy movie. I guess I didn't really read the story, because, like, the first link to an article I clicked on was one of those websites that requires you to have a membership to actually read the article, so I was like, okay, cool. Saw the headline, whatever. Maybe the story actually has more to say, and she's not upset about it, but, like, given the headline, and I know that headlines are obviously written to be as bombastic as possible to get clicks, but, I don't know. It seemed that she was upset, and I don't really know why she would be upset. When it's not like the movie painted her in a bad picture. She is the only fucking person, I would say. I mean, there are a few, you know, random side characters here and there that weren't painted in a bad light, but, like, a lot of fucking people in that movie made themselves look real fucking bad, right? So, you know, I don't know why she, of all people, is the one who's gonna complain and be like, this is not okay. But yeah, I definitely think that Borat 1 is a more all-around good movie. Had some funnier moments in it. But Borat 2 is still good. So, like, the ending is also pretty funny. I don't know, just a lot towards the later half of the movie I really enjoyed. But some of the earlier stuff was, it was so-so. There were some good moments here and there, but it really picked up towards the end of it. I would say it is a recommendable watch, and a very easy watch if you already have Amazon Prime, because that is free. I'm pretty sure is how that works. If you have Amazon Prime, you have Amazon Video too, right? Those come hand in hand, I believe. Regardless, I don't know. It's probably not that hard to get if you really want to see the movie. But, yeah, I would recommend it. It's cheaper than going to a movie theater in all likelihood. Not that you could or should go to a movie theater. Have movie theaters reopened? It's so hard to keep in touch with how many things have opened up when you actually care about not going outside, because you realize that, hey, that's probably still not a good idea. I mean, I still have to go outside for work and stuff, but, like, it just baffles me how many people still go to the mall. And the mall has basically no restrictions at this point. In fact, like, as of Friday, either this Friday or Saturday, sometime this week, the mall that I work at is going back to regular open hours. So, even more so, it's just like, you know, they just gave up. At a point, people took the virus seriously. Well, most people. There were obviously some outliers, and the list of outliers has grown larger and larger by the day. But there was a time where I would say the majority of people took it seriously and cared, and then that just kind of flew out the window. Whether because, you know, some people think it's just fake, or because even if people acknowledge that it's real and dangerous, they're like, yeah, but, like, you know, I still want to go to the movies and hang out with my friends every now and then, so. You know, if I had to guess, movie theaters probably are open again. I would believe it if someone told me that. I mean, pretty much everything is open at this point. In some capacity. Whether for better or worse, it's just what it is. It is what it is. I think it's, personally probably for the worse, but, you know, there are countries that have done a good job, you know? Like, that's the worst. It's like people who come at you with the argument of, what are we supposed to do? Stay inside until it's all over? And the very simple and easy answer is yes. like, admittedly, the countries who have, you know, fully cleared out more or less have a smaller population. But, like, I don't know. Population density is more important than population. And, you know, there's some fairly populated areas in New Zealand, but they fucking handled it like that, so... You know, whatever. It's basically... it's not like I have any say in anything, right? All I can do is change how I independently act of other people. I'm still staying inside when possible, and, I mean, literally only go outside to go to work, or visit family members within their domiciles, pretty much. If I do go out to eat, I only go out to eat at a place that has outside dining and fairly separated tables. Otherwise, I'll just pick it up to go and eat it at home. So that's you know, that's my life. That's how I've been going for the past almost a year at this point. It's not that hard. I don't know, people make like a really big deal out of it, especially people of the older generations seem to go fucking stir crazy. I feel like it's just a lot of people realizing very quickly that they have no hobbies. But that's just my personal experience, I guess. I don't know, I feel like anyone who feels the need to be outside at all times is like... I mean, that, you know, that's not fair, because a lot of hobbies are outside, but you can still do them without being within 6 feet of other people, right? Like, if your hobby is bike riding, it's not like you have to bike ride in massive fucking groups with other people. I just don't get it, man. The autopilot was kind of helping my gameplay for a little bit, though. When at all possible, I try and enter autopilot. But it's not always the easiest thing. You have to be an interesting person. Who would have thought? Maybe I'm not cut out for this streamer thing. I don't have anything interesting to say 99% of the time. I try and talk about games when I can, like the game I'm playing when I can, to keep it, you know, both, you know, what is the word? Not contextual, both, you know, someone else will think of the word. It also helps to know words when you're streaming. Both, dude, what is the fucking word? Appropriate? That's not the word I'm looking for. Contextual? I swear, I need a thesaurus, like, lying beside me while I stream. I'm sure that would be a lot of fun. Guys, just pause the stream real quick, I need to read my thesaurus. Is there such a thing as a physical copy thesaurus? That's actually something I've never thought of. Like, that is a book that makes no sense on print, right? Like, how would you organize a thesaurus on paper? Like, I'm trying to keep it, like... I'm trying to keep it so that it, like, repeats words as little as possible, right? You're saying yes, yes, we literally use them in elementary school. But, like, I just... Doesn't that seem so inefficient? So, like, if you did it the way websites do it, so, like, obviously how a website does it makes a lot of sense for websites. You just have a word and a list of words that are similar to it. And then when you know, say, oh, well, I like that word, let's find words that are similar to that, you can just click on that word, and there you go. Bada bing, bada bang. But I feel like it gets harder when you start working with antonyms, right? Like, synonyms, sure. If I was going to organize a thesaurus with only synonyms in mind, I think the... Oh, wow, how did I survive that? Wait, I need a... Fuck. Actually focus here is what I was gonna say. If I was organizing a real paperback thesaurus, I feel like the most logical way of doing it is just listing every single word, like, a single time, It would be a near impossible task. But listing every single word and just grouping them in one solid gradient from the front of the book to the back of the book. Being most similar to least similar. Which makes no fucking sense. Like, you see what I mean? This is an impossible task. How would you make a paperback thesaurus? I think it's impossible without repeating words, but that's so inefficient. Like having a list of words and then a list of synonyms, and then later in the book, there's that same synonym that you saw earlier, and it's got nearly the exact same list of synonyms and also the word you saw earlier. Like, isn't that stupid? It sounds stupid to me. It's probably less stupid than just clumping massive groups of words together in a gradient. That's what makes sense to me. Oh, man. I'm glad I'm not in charge of making thesauruses. I'd probably fuck it up. It'd be a wreck. But antonyms are way harder. You would need 2 thesauruses. You would need one for synonyms and one for antonyms, and the one for antonyms would just be a straight mess. Because I don't know how you would have a clean gradient of similar to dissimilar, or straight up just dissimilar in that. You know, maybe you could just... Here's the thing, if you want an antonym, and you've got my great gradient book of thesaurus, just, like, say you're looking at a word at the very start of the thesaurus, just flip to the exact opposite side of the book, and you'll find antonyms. Because, you know, it's a gradient, that's how it works. Alright, I'm done talking about this stupid thesaurus idea. Bit is over. Not funny. No one thought it was funny in the first place, except me. I thought it was kind of funny, though. But, yeah, I've never thought about that. I can't believe you used it in elementary school. Like, I've never even seen a thesaurus. I've seen plenty of dictionaries, but never a paperback thesaurus. I just, like, how inefficient would that have been, right? Seems messy. But I guess the way they would do it is just sort it alphabetically. I guess it would just be a dictionary, but instead of having descriptions of words, it just has other words that are similar or dissimilar. I hate it. Don't respect it. Only thing we had in school were calculators that you weren't supposed to use and dictionaries. What's with that, by the way? Like, I don't know. That's always bugged me. Like, I mean, school teaching is, you know, I don't think the majority of people are like, yeah, the way schools teach things are phenomenal. Keep it up. You guys were nailing it this whole time. I think most people, like, pretty commonly agree that, standardized teaching is pretty shit right now. And I mean, just the methodology of it is pretty shit to begin with, but I don't know. I've got a few things to say about schooling and teaching and learning, etc. I guess the hard, fast rules that I stand by are... I think that public schools only make sense for, like, coincidentally teaching kids how to socialize, but, like, there are other ways to do that, too. Like, if you just... Like, you can still have a homeschool kid and, like, sign them up for clubs and stuff, and there's plenty of socialization that can happen through that. Wow, dude, I didn't think I was gonna live there. I should have kept trying. But, you know, I definitely lean more towards the idea that I think, yes, there is some bare minimum teaching that schools should make kids go through. And there's a lot to this that I disagree with. Like, there's tons of people who are like, you know, they'll look at the fucking... Let's say they'll look at trig functions, right? They'll be like, they taught me trig functions, I've never used a SOHCAHTOA a single time in my life. And sure, fine, you probably haven't, right? Like, that's not in every single field of work. In fact, it's probably in a very small minority of fields of work that actually care about trigonometry. Engineering, obviously. Programming, which is, you know, a form of engineering, obviously. Pretty much anything that involves math, probably. Yeah, you're going to use trig functions. But that is a very small amount of jobs that use math to that degree, right? You know, most careers don't really care about that kind of thing. And yeah, even if it's not your career, you can still take interest in that kind of thing. Like, I guess technically, by the strictest definition, my career is retail, right? But, you know, I still work on games on the side and do this dumb streaming shit that no one cares about. But, you know, yeah, sure. Technically, I'm using trig functions for fun, if that's how you want to look at it. So, I see a lot of people pushing back and will be like, you know, say someone publicly posts on Twitter, like, I've never used this function in my life. Why do they teach this in school? And so many people are so instant to push back and be like, well, I use it in my career, so actually it is good. But I don't know. Especially when it gets to really niche specific things like that, like, yes, you should know how math works. You should know basic concepts like addition, division, subtraction, multiplication. I mean, I don't even know if I would go so far as to say people need to know what roots are. Like, who cares if you know a square or a cube or a whatever the fuck root, right? That is also specific enough that I would be like, unless you're rocking like something that uses a lot of maths, that is probably never going to be useful to you. A lot of algebra, well, I think algebra is pretty important just for understanding math, but algebra was a bad example. There are some things in what we call algebra that I wouldn't say are very useful. But whatever. Anyway, point is, I am definitely the kind of guy who leans more towards, I think that to some degree, past a certain point of bare minimum knowledge, kids should be able to more freely choose their courses. And not everyone will agree with that, because not everyone agrees that kids really know their best interests, which I definitely do agree to a certain point also. But, I don't know, past middle school, because, like, you could say that that's true in college, right? But even still in college, like, you do still have to take core courses, in most colleges, at least, as far as I'm aware. You know, I guess I'm not really speaking from any sort of point of expertise. I've never been to college myself, but, you know, my understanding of how American colleges work is that you do still have to take core courses, and they're not going to pass you unless you take, like, you know, your regular some form of math, some form of science, some form of history, and some form of English or literature or whatever. That's how I've understood it, but maybe I'm slightly wrong in that. I think I'm at least kind of right. I would accept being kind of wrong, but I think I'm kind of right also. And I definitely don't really agree with that, especially not that late, right? Like, up to the point in college, like, what what do you care if you're going for a very specific degree? Like, I don't know. Right? Like, say I'm going for an engineering degree. Why do I need to learn history? Why do I need to learn fucking my 200th course of English? Like, I can speak the fucking Latin not very well. Maybe I should have paid more attention in English. But I can do a mediocre job of speaking the language I've learned since birth. Why are you making me continue learning that all the way up to college? It just seems like overkill. And beyond that, I feel like that time could be better spent more focusing on the courses you actually care about. And, you know, if people just care about art, then just let them care about art. But, like, I don't know, there's also something to be said about, well, hate to break it to you, kiddo, but art's not really profitable. And yeah, in pretty much every scenario, art really isn't that profitable. Even if you're a professional animator, professional concept artist, professional graphic designer, like, art just doesn't really pay as well as it should. Unless you're a fucking furry artist. I don't mean any offense to furry artists, but, like, really, people dig deep in their pockets for specific kind of art, is all I'll say about that, I guess. Like, really, that is... I'm trying to think of a better paying art job that isn't drawing really hyper-specific porn. I think that's it. I think that's the peak of art right now. That's the only way you can really meet profit margins. Is selling your soul a little bit. I mean, if you're also into it, then, you know, win-win, but... I feel like if you're taking commissions, you're definitely gonna draw some shit you're not the most proud of. That's just kind of how it works. It's, cost of living. It's what you get with the territory. Anyways. Back on schools. God damn it. Just as soon as I get to 20, there's nothing I can do. On the topic of schools, and on the topic of... I feel like kids should have more choice over what they're learning. I know it's not the same for everyone. Because, like, you know, not everyone learns the same way. And you hear that a lot, and especially there's a lot of talk about, like, oh, you're a visual learner, you're a learn by example, you're a learn by... I don't fucking remember the learning types, but, you know, people have drawn the types of learning into very tight-knit boxes, and people label themselves as whatever the fuck they want, because, you know, kind of surprising to me, people really like labeling themselves in little boxes. Some sort of comfort thing, I don't know. But my take on ways and methods of learning is, I feel like everybody just does better learning by example. Like, if you can put in a practical example and make someone figure it out themselves, they will never forget what they've learned. Because they actually had to, you know, use this thing to get something they wanted, and there you go, bada bing. Bada boom, they have a better understanding because they figured it out themselves. And, you know, a lot of, like, math puzzles are set up that way, and I do math puzzles every now and then, because there are some interesting ones out there, like, you know, a very famous one, for example, is the Monty Hall problem, which, you know, is questionably a math puzzle. It's definitely less so mathy, more so logic, but, you know, there's similarities in math and logic. Math is pretty logical, right? But anyways, point is, I think schools don't really do it so good. I think schools could be a lot better. I don't even remember what the original point I was gonna say is, other than, I don't know. I feel like another thing that kind of bothers me is the extreme pressure brought on for college, especially. Like, I've been told you should go to college my entire life. And, you know, for a period of it, like when I was very young, and probably up until the point where I was in, like, middle school, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to college. That's the thing to do. I've been told it my whole life, so obviously, that's what you gotta do. And then, somewhere in high school, it all went wrong. I have never, ever been the best with school. I don't know what it is about it. I hate the way school is taught, and I hate... I don't know. Homework, I understand, right? Like, homework is literally what I was saying. Like, you learn better if you're forced to do it yourself. So, why is it, then, that I fucking despise homework? I don't know. That's a good question. I think the real reason I despise it is because while it does give you the problems and forces you to solve them over and over and over and over again, like math especially, I can't think of any more boring way of explaining math than teaching kids how the numbers work and what the symbols mean, and then giving them a piece of paper where they do the exact same thing they learned in class 80 times. And that is not an exaggeration. I don't know what schools other people have gone to, but in my schools, like my entire fucking life, math homework was always a massive fucking sheet of nearly identical problems with just the numbers slightly shifted around, like 80 plus times over and over and over and over again. Sometimes you get some interesting homework that puts you in, like, a more realistic environment where people have 8,000 apples and need to divide them between their 2,000 friends, but, you know, it's still not all that practical, I guess is the point. And, you know, there were some cases that got closer, like the more advanced math you got into, they tried to give more, like, accurate-to-life examples of situations that you would want to use these functions or whatnot, but more often than not, I found it very dissatisfying, and felt like I was solving a problem not because I was getting a better understanding of what I was doing, but because I was, you know, told that if I don't answer these 80 questions, I'm gonna fail the class, right? I don't know. I don't know the best way of doing it, honestly. I'm not gonna say that there is, like, an easy solution outside of just, like, specialized teaching, but, like, obviously you can't have one-on-one teaching for every single kid unless everybody went the route of homeschooling, right? But then, like, you don't really get the best education if you're learning something that your parents aren't very educated in, because then they have to get an education, and who's teaching them? So, I don't know, I feel like different people learn differently, and not in the way of like, oh yes, I am a visual learner, whatever, but like, there are some people who just will not stick through with a class, or sorry, like stick through something they're interested in, unless they're like kind of forced to by a class, is what I'm saying. So like, even if you're interested in math, you know, you might not either, you know how to go about it, or just find it enjoyable to do the teaching yourself. I mean, not everybody enjoys self-teaching, right? I mean, that's how I did it. To finish off my storyline, somewhere in high school, I don't know what clicked, but like, after not really enjoying school my entire life, and at around the point of high school, I was like, well, you know, I had already been doing some programming learning on the side. I was like, hey, mom and dad. I mean, like, at this point, the only thing I'm like super interested in is programming, and I just, you know, want to create video juego. So let's give that a shot. And they did not say yes at first. It was actually a little bit of a bumpy road, as you can imagine. The first thing they said was, yes, so long as you do online learning, which was a complete disaster for more reason than one. The online learning thing they signed me up for was just a complete trash fire. Like, my first fucking case of online learning was the teacher being like, alright kids, so, you know, sign in. They had like their own custom software and website for the online teaching service, and they were like, alright, sign in at this time and I'll be there. And then like a lot of people signed in and the teacher wasn't there. And then like 30 minutes later, we were all sent an email and she was like, yep, sorry, actually I wasn't told how to use the software and I don't know how to get in. So, no lesson today. And I was like, okay. So this is what it's gonna be like. And instead, I spent the day teaching myself how to program more, and every day after that point, sneakily, I hate to, you know, encourage bad habits. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I was the absolute best child. Like, I've said this multiple times before. Off stream, I think. I don't think I've ever talked about it on stream. But I have no desire to have kids. And if there's any part of that, it's because, like, I don't know, dude. If I was a parent, I would fucking hate raising a kid like me. Good lord, I'm sure I was awful. But yeah, after that first day, I was like, you know what? What if I just didn't? What if I just didn't do the online classes and instead taught myself programming? So I did. And you know, I programmed. And I made shitty little games, and they were all garbage. Mostly text-based. As soon as I started to work into visual libraries and, you know, actually have to make, like, a solid game engine, things kind of fell apart, because I had no idea how to make a game engine until I used a game engine. It's not the easiest information to find out. Like, of all things, like, you can find out how to program online very easily, but there are no real resources on, like, how to make game engine that is not awful. And there are resources, but, like, most of them are books that you have to buy, and, you know, I bought one of them, and it fucking sucked. It did not do a good job of showing how a game engine is made at all. And, you know, I had a very few small set of programming books specifically designed around making games, too. And, like, they do, like, technically make game engines for the little, like, example games they want you to make, but they're all just bare bones, have no functionality, wouldn't actually work in practice outside of the scope of the project, so it doesn't really give you a good idea of how to make game engines. Anyways, I don't even know why I'm going on this tangent. For those wondering as to why I'm hireable at all, dropping out of high school and not finishing online schooling at all, I just, after a while, after my parents got pissed that I wasn't doing the online schooling, I was like, well, what if I just got my GED? And they were like, yeah, sure. So I got my GED. And I can't speak on, you know, high school equivalency tests in other states, but gotta admit, the Texas GED is maybe one of the easiest tests I have ever taken in my entire life. There was nothing high school level on the entire test. Pretty sure, like, all but 2 questions were middle school level across all courses. And, you know, surprising no one, well, I mean, you know, probably surprising a few people. Not everyone knows my whole life story, even though I'm kind of going through it right now. Got very good grades. I got college credit, even, for being so good at math and science. But fucking barely passed my geography/history and literature one. Because, you know, it's just not my interest. It's just, you know, I feel like I could write a decent essay. If that's like the one literature thing that I'm kind of proud of, is that I thought my essay writing was pretty good when I was in school. But didn't help that during the literacy test, or that's not really the same thing, during the literature test, I spent too long on the multiple choice grammar questions, because, like, you know, I'm not the best with grammar. I'm not sure where commas need to go to prevent run-ons, and what is okay and what is not okay. Like, that's such specific bullshit that I just cannot possibly care about. But I spent too long on that portion of the test, since it's a timed test, that I only had a very small amount of time for my essay and didn't get to finish it. I was kind of bummed about that one. I'm sure I didn't do great in the multiple choice section either, though. So there's probably more than one reason why I did do so hot on that one. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely find myself, I learn much better when I self-teach myself something. I know that's not the case for everyone, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it's so bad that public school, I mean, even private schools, I would maybe hazard a guess to say private schools are even more standardized and not so great at teaching than public schools are. But that's not totally true. I mean, it depends on what private school you go to. Obviously, some private schools are wacky and mix it up, but I did go to a private school up until 2nd grade, in which we stopped because, like, I don't know, I forget the exact story, but I'm pretty sure, like, the pressure put on by the private school made my sister so stressed that, like, she was constantly showing signs of anxiety and, like, pulling her nails off. Not all the way, but, you know, picking at her nails and pulling her hair out. And, yeah, so we stopped going to that private school pretty early on. My sister's, like, 3 years older than me, if that gives that perspective. She was in, like, 5th grade when we stopped. Yeah, I didn't really see too much of the private school existence. It was honestly the exact same as public school, except, surprise, surprise, we live in fucking Texas, so it was the exact same as public school, but also we go to church every day. Yeehaw! What a weird existence. Those first 2 years of school are such a blur. Not only because, you know, I was like 6. How old do you go to school? I don't have that knowledge in the forefront of my brain. You know, most of schooling I try and push out of the forefront of my brain, which explains a lot. It explains a lot. But yeah, it was definitely weird. Private school kids are also notably weirder. I mean, they're all from rich families. That's like the one thing I could remember. And it's not like I'm from a particularly rich family. I mean, like, you know, middle class, which is about solid 80%. No, probably not 80%. I would say 60% of America. I don't know, that's a thing that, I'm sure that stat exists somewhere. How much of America's middle compared to lower class? Point is, no one is upper class. Except some of those kids in private school. God, like, I'm just having memories of, like, going over to some of those kids' houses, and I'm like, you live in a fucking mansion! Some of these motherfuckers had elevators in their own house. Like, what? It's a different fucking existence. I am upper middle class. I would believe that. I would believe that. I've always lived in... No, that's not true. I was gonna say I've always lived in a house instead of an apartment. I have lived in an apartment for like 3 months. My dad, since the divorce, definitely teeters more towards lower middle class, if still in middle class. But I eat out at restaurants multiple times a week. He got me there. That's kind of a luxury. But goddamn, dude. I don't know, that's... It got me thinking back on what I said earlier about, like, how art just isn't profitable, and how just hearing that kind of pisses me off, dude. I don't know. I've definitely hit the part of my existence. Like, I'm not super fucking, oh, capitalism is the worst thing in the world, but, like, it's definitely more so than I used to be, and I don't know why Discroom always gets fucking political with me. Like, I definitely have more left-leaning ideals, and, I don't know, man. I just, you know, I think it'd be pretty sick if instead of the country caring about starting up wars for its own profit, instead cared about the people who live in the country. That'd be interesting. Like, I don't know. The entire idea of military and, like, protection from foreign countries is, people look at it in such a backwards way in America. I don't know what it is that leads people to believe that you aren't secure unless you have a military like fucking 300 times the size as any other countries. Like, you know, you can't even say, like, it's for the protection of the people when at least the current president that we are under believes that you gotta have nukes. It was like one of the first things, like back when Donald Trump was getting elected in 2016, as one of the first things he said that stood out to me as like, wow, dude, who's voting for this guy? And I just, here we are now. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how you can be like, the military is for the protection of the people when the only thing it's been used for is starting wars that did not need to happen, and threats. And that's it. That's it. Threats and starting wars. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, there's definitely something to be said about, you know, maybe you should have a military, some military for protection in case there is invasion for, you know, whatever reason. But it definitely isn't a good look when you're the biggest kid on the block, militarily speaking, and all you do is sit on the playground and push other kids over. Like, your only existence is to start fights. And meanwhile, schooling has no funding. Oftentimes, well, literally, like, all the fucking time. If it's not a private school, like, public schools, teachers, like, always have to pay out of pocket for materials that should just be supplied by the school. It's baffling. I don't know. Yeah, this is the end of my political discussion before I make people too angry. It's different. I'm allowed to push one person over. But when the military starts pushing entire countries over, it paints a different story. I might be done with stream today. I think I don't want to end it on, like, the sourest of all notes, not ever seeing the golden disc in this room. But, like, goddamn, dude. I mean, maybe I should just go back to focusing. I've got nothing else to say about discs, though. Like, oh, I died to disc. Oh, no. Like, I definitely don't just want to be streamer who only knows how to talk about the fucking game. Like, I said it at the start, or somewhere close to the start. It's like, yeah, you know, I find myself competent at talking about the game and do so when it's appropriate! Is that not what I said earlier when I was trying to think of, like, contextual? Did I say appropriate? I don't fucking remember if I said the word. Anyways, that's the word that sounds good now. Who knows what word I was trying to think of earlier. But yeah, I don't know. You know, at some point it does become a little bland if all you do is talk about the video game, because anyone can fucking do that. Anyone can be like, wow, a lot of discs on screen right now, it's getting kind of crazy, guys. Which disc do you think I'll die to next? Do you think I'll die to sniper disc or bullet disc? Anybody's guess. Anybody's guess at this point. So, when you're out of topics to talk about in the game, if you can't find something else entertaining to talk about, and at least if I'm watching a streamer, I'll be like, alright, this is where I sign off, goodbye. Now, it doesn't have to be 100% high-octane, hilarious bits all the time, though it would be sick if it could be. It's definitely a limit to how much you can talk about the game. But man, I'm surprised I haven't, I had like one more fairly close, like 26. That's the closest I've been to 30. I really should just take a little bit to focus, because, surprising no one, you do play a little bit better when you think about what you're doing. Autopilot is fun, and, you know, I'm sure I wasn't doing the worst, but if you compared how I was doing before I started talking about random dumb shit, I think it would be a pretty clear correlation between me talking about dumb shit and me dying to dumb shit. As soon as you stop moving in this room, you just get walled. You have to keep moving in a circle. Like, you can stand still for about, like, 5 seconds or so, but if you don't pick a direction, or you don't find a path to run through at that point, it's already over. Dude, I still fucking... I can't believe it, dude. I've been living my whole life in this room struggling. Struggling! And how Sassin pops in just to tell me how easily he got it. I mean, to be fair, he didn't say he got it easily. But, fucking, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Did easier than I can. I'll get there, though. Slowly but surely, I will get there. I'm actually kind of struggling not to talk about random dumb shit. Fuck it, I'm going back on autopilot. I struggled to even start this stream a little bit, as I usually do. Not for, like, sad reasons or anything, but just because I am super disorganized and always forget one thing. Like, even when I started this stream, I was like, okay, I'm ready. I've got everything set up. And then when I hit the go live notification again for like the second time in a row, holy shit. Oh no, this is just 20. I thought this was 30. Fuck. When I hit the go live button, the notification was like, here's all your stream info. Is it set up properly? And the answer was no. No, it was not. Oh fuck, I thought that had already bounced. Oops. I forgot to set my stream title and everything. I mean, stream title and stuff you can change afterwards, but the most important thing is the go live notification, because I like having that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should stop doing that. Maybe I should just have one go live notification that, like, I change every so now and then. Is that a sentence? Every so often, every now and then. 2 sentences combined. Because, like, when you go live, Twitch does also say, like, the go live notification and also what game you're playing. Maybe that's all I should care about. But anyways, outside of fucking that up, Streamlabs OBS is just, it's just a little janky. Like, Streamlabs OBS is a very seamless and nice, pretty solidly put together piece of software. It's, like, very easy to set up. It's fairly easy to change settings and all that. It is a little bit strangely monetized at this point. Like, I don't know. We talked about that, well, I don't know if I was actually live when that was mentioned, but when I was playing Mario Party with Ryan Bob, Michael, and Viv, Ryan Bob and Michael were talking about Streamlabs OBS and how, like, all of the, like, scenes and stuff are paid for now, and, like, that was all the case when I started using Streamlabs OBS, but today I was fiddling around with my, like, subscriber notification and my follow notification and stuff, and now they have, like, monetized sound effects and, like, animations that play and everything, and it's all, I don't know, it's just very strange. And, like, I got fucking, sometimes Twitch advertisements really, really fucking grind my gears. Like, whenever there is a Twitch advertisement geared towards people interested in streaming, and it's like, it's always like, hey, we got fucking random-ass popular streamer. It's usually, what's that dude's name? The guy who's in the shaving commercials? The guy who Fall Guys Twitter said was the #1 Fall Guys player, but actually he's not, he's just popular. Dr. Lupo? Is that who I'm thinking of? I think that's who I'm thinking of. Anyways, I hate the fucking advertisement style of, like, and I've seen it a few times. The worst one of all is definitely an Indeed advertisement that's got some streamer I've never heard of. Sorry, you know, no offense to you as a streamer, as a human being, as a person. You just accepted an advertisement, right? Like, I'm not gonna blame you. You didn't write the script. But streamer I've never heard about, talking about something that is just not realistic, but, you know, she obviously didn't write the script. Talking about how people will just come into her chat room to see the emotes. That's all people come there for. And, you know, I don't know her fucking stream, so maybe that's the atmosphere that stream is like. Maybe people really are just showing up to see the emotes, but, like, that's not what I stream for. That's not what I watch streams for. But, so yeah, she starts out strong by putting seemingly impossible... You're only here for the emotes, Dick. Oh, I'm proud of you, but, some of us come to streams for entertainment. Which, ouch. Ouch, now that I think about it, that's a self-own. I accidentally walked myself into a corner with that one. Dick! I can't believe you've done this. Anyways. Yeah, the commercial very quickly pivots from people show up to my chat for this one reason to I paid this person on Indeed.com, which honestly is probably not how they found each other. But, you know, maybe it fucking is. I paid this person on Indeed.com, and they've done all my emotes, which is the only reason I'm successful today. So, you must spend money! You must have millions of dollars to promote your stream before you even start. If you don't have the best fucking audio setup, where's your audio mixer? You can't even do cool voice effects? What the fuck are you doing streaming without your own live 2D, fucking, VTuber model? I don't know. It's both very cringe to me, and, pretty scummy, also. It's like, it's already a fucking career exclusively, like, gifting the lucky, right? Like, you don't become a popular streamer because you're the best. You become a popular streamer because you're kind of good, and also you happen to be at the right place at the right time. You know, maybe you met the right person. I was gonna put that in. You know, I'll just say the joke, okay? It's a joke. I was gonna say maybe you suck the right person's dick, but I don't want that to be pushed towards I'm shitting on female streamers. The joke is also funny if it's honestly funnier if you think about it as a guy doing it. Not that gays are funny. You know what? I've gone in all the wrong places, but I still stand by that. I think the joke has more punch if I say suck someone's dick. I'm standing by it. Sticking by my morals. That's a good joke, and I stand by it. I'm never getting this fucking 30 seconds, dude. But yeah, back to the original point. I was having trouble setting up Streamlabs OBS because while it is a pretty decent software and is pretty easy to use and free. Very free to use. It gives you very convenient access to some nice alerts and stuff. Monetization's a little weird, but that's another. Wait, no, I want to talk more about this monetization thing. Why the fuck is Streamlabs monetizing anything? When doesn't Streamlabs get a cut? Or am I losing it? I think I might be losing it. I thought Streamlabs got a cut when you got bits or stuff, but the more I think about it, I'm like, I didn't set up any payment structure for them, so I don't think they actually do. Maybe I signed into agreement I wasn't aware of where I have to start giving them a cut once I become a partner or something. I don't fucking know. But whatever. I'm off the monetization thing. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm gonna talk about what I struggled with. Streamlabs OBS is a little bit janky at times. Especially the alert box is like particularly unresponsive. Which is like the most important thing, is getting alerts set up. Like, that's the whole reason you use Streamlabs OBS as opposed to regular OBS, is the built-in alert functionality, right? But it's a little bit janky, and like, there's some menus that just don't make a whole lot of sense. Like, I was talking about it last night. Like, I opened it up, because what I was trying to do was disable subscriber messages, because like, they still show up in chat, so like, if a subscriber leaves a message, it's not like I'm not seeing it. It just doesn't show up on stream, and that's it. It doesn't show up on stream. The main reason I didn't want it showing up on stream, though, honestly, is because I have my alerts in like a very small box on the top of my stream. Like, if you see... Is this the right direction I'm pointing towards? I have to wait a few seconds. Nope, other way. If you look in that direction... that little guy is basically my alert box. The alerts show up to the right of him. So, to keep it within that boundary box, it would have to be on, like, size 1 font. Which makes it completely illegible anyway, so... I decided to scratch the message and instead just display the name of the person who subscribes if they subscribe, and I thought that looked better. Problem is, Streamlabs OB... Oh shit, this is real shit? I mean, you can't blame me too much, I hope. It's still really fucking hard. The problem is Streamlabs OBS... I don't know what the fucking issue was. Like, every time I tried to change something about the like, metadata for my alerts, it, like, acted like it was saving the information, but after it saved, it just went right back, and then threw me some completely unrelated error message that was like... The error message said something along the lines of... Oh, fuck. Dude, I shouldn't have backed myself into that corner. The error message said something along the lines of, like, please input a value of, greater than 0, which made no sense because the thing I was toggling was literally just an on and off switch. Like, I couldn't input a number, right? Like, I had no idea what it was asking of me. So obviously, like, something somewhere in there is upset that I don't have a number greater than 0, but I don't know what the fuck it was. And it sure as hell didn't tell me. So every time it tried to save the information, it just threw it as an error and wouldn't save. The only way I fixed it was, I checked to see if on the Streamlabs website there was a way I could change it, and the answer was yes. The website version of Streamlabs is, like, way more, like, I don't want to say feature complete, but, like, it's way more accessible at the very least. Like, you can see the information you're trying to find a lot easier. So I wish some of the UI on the actual application was made a little bit more streamlined and similar to the way they have it set up on the website. I don't even know why there is a difference between those two. You would think it would be the same off the bat, but nah. Anyways, yeah, I just changed it on the website, and it worked first try, so I have no idea what the fucking app version was upset about. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I'm so upset, dude. 27, and then immediately afterwards I had a 25 that was pretty fucking solid, too. Pretty fucking solid. I think a lot of it really depends on how lucky you get with these early 3 discs. Like, if these early 3 don't get in your way, I feel like you have so much better odds of doing what you need to quickly. And consistently, these guys are literally cock-blocking me at every corner. Why? You have so many ways to go. Why do you always pick the one way I'm trying to go? I have just been doing Disc Room this stream. My plan was to do routing for the challenge run and do a few attempts at the challenge run, but my routing just hit a fucking dead stop. And I have no idea how to continue with the routing, honestly. So either I'll have to fucking look up someone doing it, or I'll have to think a little bit harder on that one. But yeah, I was going to, after attempting the challenge run a few times, to do something else. Instead, I've just entered 100% completion mode again, and I'm doing all of the unlocks I didn't finish on my main save file. Which has led me to doing the same room over and over again for the past hour or so. And the thing is, even after I finish this, there's still something else I need to do. There's some fucking secret in the dark room that I don't understand. I feel like I'm so close to solving it, but I just don't know. I feel like I might be following a red herring. Like, that's the worst part about discovering the path and finding out that it's the same pattern every single time. Just makes me think that I'm looking too deep into something that's not actually there. But, like, there's definitely something to that. It's called the path. The room that actually has, like, the confusing stuff with it, Timeless, has an arrow pointing towards the path. Like, I don't know. There's something to that. I'm missing one piece of the puzzle. One piece. Kaizokuo. It's been a while since we watched One Piece. I've watched it twice. I've watched it with a friend of mine and with my girlfriend. One carried it to episode, like, 500 or so, with my girlfriend and I. And my friend and I got to, like, episode 200 or something. We got pretty deep in there. But, there's problems with One Piece. Like, I love One Piece. I really love the art style. It's very unique. And the character designs are also very unique. And it's just got some really fucking good characters in it. Like, pretty surprisingly well fleshed out characters for a shonen anime. Much more so than something like Dragon Ball Z, where Goku is just good guy. Except, like, the later ones, apparently he's kind of like bad guy or something. Who cares? It's not very interesting. I mean, we'll still watch Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z at some point, I'm sure, but, like, I don't think I'm going to be particularly impressed. It's just kind of something you watch because it's a cultural touchstone or something. But, yeah. Yeah, One Piece, it's got, like, some genuinely really fucking good story arcs, too. That, you know, I mean, that's a lot of what I like in One Piece, is that more so than other shonen anime where it's just, like, I don't know. It seems kind of jarring when you get tossed into a new story arc sometimes. Everything just makes perfect sense just by the format of One Piece, and that you go to, you know, new islands, and obviously some of them are gonna have crazy, wacky problems associated with them. but goddamn, like, some of the best moments in One Piece. I really love Skypiea. Some people don't like it that much, apparently, but I fucking loved Skypiea. I can understand Skypiea being, like, a little bit anticlimactic, because, like, you know from the start, just knowing how rubber works, you know what's going to happen when Eneru meets Luffy, right? And I'm sorry, I'm a weeb, I have to say their names in the Japanese way, my bad. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of an anticlimax for sure. At the same time, I still think it's like the storyline involved with it is very entertaining and really fucking well put together. However, it's just, I don't know. I feel like I can't really fully back One Piece up unless I were to read the manga to know exactly how it's paced in the manga, but with the anime, it has drawbacks, right? You come to expect that on a weekly released anime. That's just what you get with the territory. 7 days is not enough to animate something, especially when you're that fucking close to, like, current manga release, right? You like the Frankie arc? I really, really, really like Water 7, yeah. Like, well, I wouldn't really say the Frankie arc, because, I don't know, to me, that arc is more so the, oh, fuck. Have I forgotten her name? I'm a fake fan, dude. No. You couldn't remember her name, either! Oh, no, what's her name? You got Nami, you got Frankie, you got Luffy, you got Sanji, you got Usopp, you got Chopper. What the fuck is... What's the lady's name? Who's Skeleton's name? What the fuck is his name? I mean, he's not around for Water 7 anyways, but... I don't even remember Skeleton Man's name. I like Skeleton Man. Brooke! What the fuck is her name, though? Robin! I was looking for Robin. Okay. Yes, I would say that that arc is more so the Robin arc than the Frankie arc, though it is the introduction of Frankie. Yeah, I know, I'm a fake fan. Move along. But yeah, that is by far my favorite arc. Skypiea is great. Water 7's great. Like, the best. By far. It just goes some places, dude. I like the, I mean, it's just called the war, right? What is it called? Like, the fucking, when they siege the place for the guy, for Ace. I mean, kind of spoilers, sorry, but, like, I'm not gonna say the real spoiler. I don't think Robin's the best character ever. I think that arc is definitely for Robin, though, and that is the best arc. Oh, unless you were talking about Brooke. Yeah, okay. Sure. That's fair. Brooke is great. But anyways. Fucking... It has its ups and downs. It's just unfortunate that, the anime is as slow as it is. I think the worst part where, like, the anime slowed down to what I would call kinda, like, borderline unwatchable. A lot of people would say that for the very, very early stuff, but, like, you kinda expect that when you're watching episodes that came out in the fucking 90s or whenever they came out. But it got really, really bad after the war, after the time skip. And, like, to paint it into perspective, I believe that, like, that post-time skip thing, where I mean, again, spoilers. I'm gonna, you know, talk about a little bit of spoilers here and there, but it's not really that important. They go back to where they were on the... I forget the name of the island, but it was the one that they all got sent flying away from by the panda guy who saved them. I mean, there's some interesting characters. Like, I don't fucking know what's up with the panda guy. They, like, cloned him, and the real guy doesn't exist anymore or something. Like, there's a lot of interesting threads in One Piece that, unfortunately for a lot of people, just won't be able to care about it because of how much, like, filler exists in between the interesting story beats, but... And I say filler. Like, One Piece is somehow proud of its lack of filler, and, like, a lot of people who really, really, really like the anime always brag about how small the filler list is, but, like, I don't think a lot of people realize that by not having any outside of story filler, that kind of turns every episode into filler because of how slowly it's dragged out. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but there also is just a lot of it. Like, even if you're just reading the manga, which is like 100% canon, no filler, no stretched out, it's literally just built for the purpose and there's no reason to stretch it out, I guess, outside of for money, I guess. But, you know, they're there to tell a story. Like, they've already made their money. They have, like, marketing out the ass. They sell collectibles. They sell video games. Like, you know, you don't need to market One Piece any more than it's already been marketed. Point is, it's still a lot, right? So, I feel like, it's especially hard for people to get into, even though there are some really, really good moments. It's got a lot of goodness to it, but as I was saying, to paint it in perspective, after the time skip, there's like this tiny little fucking microscopic baby arc where, like, they regroup with each other back on the island that they were all sent away from. And there's this fake group of pirates that are like, hey, we're actually the Straw Hat Pirates, it's us! Ah! And, you know, that's the whole point of the arc. They exist there, they get rid of them and are like, haha, actually, we're the real guys, hee hee. And then they go on with their day. From what I remember, that, like, microscopic, non-existent arc is something like 4 or 5 episodes. Maybe even longer. And I might be talking out of my ass, because I usually am. Like the guy in the next arc. Like 2 arcs later. Anyways. I just remember it being longer than it needed to be, for sure. Like, that gag is, like, we get it. Yes, it is funny that they are pretending to be you at the same time that you are coming back. Hilarious. And then you get them and you're the cool guys. Woohoo. But, you know. It could fit into 1 episode if it needed to. And, you know, it probably was, like, 1 fucking chapter in the manga, right? But, like, that's the thing. Most shonen anime that are derived from manga, which is, like, all. I wasn't even looking at my screen there. Try to fit in, like, 2.5 chapters or more into each anime episode. One Piece fucking barely fits 1 chapter per episode at times. Sometimes it feels like they fit half of a chapter into an episode. Fuck, dude! My dash just stopped because I clipped the fucking door. Maybe that's not what happened. I might have been holding down slightly for like half a frame, but god damn it, dude. I still hate that that's how dash works. I wish you could just dash against a wall and still keep the dash. Like, what's the harm in that? But, I found a lot of... I don't know, even pre-time skip, I feel like the spooky, scary Gecko arc, where Brook is introduced, felt a little bit more dragged out than it needed to, because there honestly wasn't that much going on in it. Like, they were literally just looking for... What were they looking? They were looking for Gecko Moria because he stole Brooke's soul or something. Or someone stole Brooke's soul, and I don't know why they were looking for Gecko Moria. I don't fucking remember. Maybe Brooke was just off doing his own thing with that other skeleton, I think. And I don't fully remember how it worked. 'Twas his shadow. Something along those lines, yeah. And he got it back from the swordsman that Zoro fought, I think. I don't remember why Gecko Moria was involved. He couldn't go in the sun. Did Gecko Moria steal his shadow? What the fuck is... I don't remember. I don't even remember why the other swordsman was there. Whatever. Point is, there were like 2 things of significance there, and not that much interesting happening in the arc outside of that. It was literally just searching for Gecko Moria in a castle, and also there's a swordsman who is better than Brooke. And that's it. Why can't I remember anything? I don't fucking know. I remember quite a bit, but I don't remember things that made me snooze. And I gotta be honest, that arc made me snooze at times. Most of the time. There are interesting parts in it, but a lot of it, like, from episode to episode, there were so many episodes that, like, nothing happened in that arc. Nothing. Like, who do they fight in that arc? Like, someone fights the ghost lady, I don't even remember who. Zoro fights the sword guy, and I can't remember exactly how the arc ended, because the panda guy showed up at some point. I think Luffy, like, kicked the shit out of Gecko Moria, and then the panda just showed up at the end, if I remember correctly. Because, like, Gecko Moria was like, I lose, but I have the power of God and anime on my side, and then the panda came out. There were the animal people? Yeah, there were the animal people, but they had, like, nearly no significance to the plot. They had, like, very little to do with anything. They were just there. There was, like, that one story beat with, was it Sanji? And that, like, lady hippo animal or something? I don't remember what animal she was. She was purposefully made as unattractive as possible. As a funny meme. They were there to protect Moria? Yeah, but they didn't do a very good job of it. They didn't do a very good job of it. There's also the invisible guy, but he played, like, literally zero role outside of, haha, I am the invisible pervert man. And then he just kind of left, from what I remember. You can defend that arc all you want, but from my recollection, it was very, very, very slow. Felt pretty dragged out. Once they, like, right off the bat, like, I don't know. I feel like an arc kind of loses its interest if you know literally everything that you need to do set out right from the start. I'm not going to say you can't make an interesting story out of that, but, like, take Skypiea, for example. Like, and big fucking spoilers for Skypiea, because I'm going to go through the entire fucking arc right now. They, from the start, had no idea what they were looking for. They saw a boat fall out of the sky, and immediately were, like, enamored, and they saw this book, and they were like, oh my god, Sky Islands exist, and then they were taken to this fucking shadow realm where, like, these huge giants were, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And then, you know, you can talk about the monkeys if you want to, but I'm kind of passing over them because they also aren't that important to the story outside of being that dude's friends. And then they finally make it to, what's the island name? Starts with a J, I think. Jaya? Is it just Jaya? Anyways, they make it to the island, and right off the bat, everyone is shitting on them. Think it's fucking oh my god, that was so good! I didn't even know I was doing that good! Fuck. Right off the bat, when they make it to Jaya, everybody is mocking them. And thinks it's goddamn hilarious. Isn't, like, am I losing my mind? Isn't the town actually called Mocktown or something? That sounds familiar. But Mocktown might be something else. Point is, they were definitely mocked in whatever the name of the town may be. And it's like a very satisfying, like, mini conclusion to Jaya when Luffy just takes out Bellamy in one punch. Like, that is satisfying, that is crunchy, and that is a good, like, micro climax to Skypia. Like, there's two great fucking Luffy crunchy punch moments. Can we get a Luffy crunchy punch montage? There's that one and the one in the fishman place where he punches that, like, dragon royal or whatever they're called. The rich people. He punches the rich. Fuck the rich, dude. Fuck him. So yeah, that's a satisfying moment. I'm glad that I can relate to One Piece because it also hates the rich, dude. It's so relatable. But back to Skypia. They get to Jaya. They meet this guy who talks about his depressing life story about how he was mocked his entire life for being related to a guy who said he had been to a city of gold that doesn't exist. And they executed him. Mont Blanc or something? I don't remember. I don't know why these names are so much easier coming to my mind than anything in the Thriller Bark arc. Like, it just outlines how much more invested I was in Skypia than I was in Thriller Bark. But I guess it's not a good case when I also forgot Robin's name. Oh well. Anyways. Robin is kind of a... I don't know. I was talking about how good characters are in One Piece. I like Robin's, you know, desires and ambitions, but Robin as a character isn't the most interesting because, like, she most of the time doesn't really have that much to say, and that's kind of her character. I mean, she's kind of like the smart one with good ideas, but she also just doesn't talk that much and isn't around that much. She might be more in the manga, but I don't know, the anime doesn't make her that interesting. Back to Skypia, again. So Nolan, I believe is the one in question, talks about his experiences. Misogynist? It's not gonna sound good when I say, well, Nami is infinitely worse. I think Nami is a more interesting, better character, but I fucking hate Nami. She annoys me more so than anything. Robin is at least tolerable to listen to. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, Robin probably is the more interesting character as far as ambitions go, because she's, like, actively doing things sometimes, and she's the only one who can read, like, the poneglyphs or whatever they're called. Or is Nami just, I don't know, she makes maps or something. That's kind of like, that's one of those, like, Luffy, Straw Hat crew desires that just, like, you don't have to actively think about. Like, Robin's is actually important to the overall story of One Piece. Because those glyphs say something about the government that they don't want you to know. But, you know, Nami's whatever. I mean, Usopp's, like, literally whatever. He's literally just there because he wants to be a pirate. His goal is already done. Nami's just, you know, presumably making maps as they go. Sanji will maybe one day find his his all blue or whatever it's called. I don't even... What the fuck is Frankie on the boat for? Oh, because it's his boat. That's right. That's right. His boat. His boat. I remember now. He made it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna continue my story of Skypia. But see, I've interrupted myself like 12 times while talking about Skypia. Because the story is long enough that there's actually enough story beats I could interrupt myself getting through them all. Whereas Thriller Bark, it's literally just, they looked for Gecko Moria and Brook Shadow, and it took a while. So they find out this dude's tragic story. He says, well, if there was a Sky Island, this is the only way you could get there, is off one of these big old water spouts. I've lived around these parts my whole life. I know when they happen. There's a pattern to them. Here you go. And then he sends them on up there, and they go up to the sky, and they land on a fucking island, and it's goddamn beautiful. From the island, there's even more intrigue as these people have fucking lived a sheltered life, not knowing the world exists outside of their Sky Island. Or presumably, I don't remember, did they talk about visitors before? I think they might have said something about, like, it's been a while since we've had visitors. So I think they do know about the outside world, but not much. Anyways, they're, live a very manipulated lifestyle where someone who happened to move in feigned godhood and is kind of forcing them to live in specific ways with specific rules for no real good reason. At least that's the one thing that I think isn't, like, the best about Skypia, is, like, Eneru's goals aren't really realized. I mean, like, literally they weren't realized, but also, like, I don't know, I don't feel like they had too much purpose in them or explained all that much. Like, he wanted to go to the moon, I think? But, like, none of anything else he did really facilitated that, as far as I remember. Did he? I might be misremembering a little bit about Skypia. Did he make the people of the island build him that boat? Because if so... That, oh yeah, was really fast. Was that talking about they made them make the boat? I don't remember. I guess that makes a little more sense. But then there's the fucking resistance going on that's trying to... You think they also made the boat? Yeah, okay. I think they made the boat. What is the resistance upset about? That's the one thing. Like, the resistance obviously wanted to kill Eneru because they, were the natives. But, like, I don't know. They were the natives of Jaya when it was taken from, like, the world and put into the sky. Was it ever really explained where the other people came from? Did, like, Eneru bring people to the island or something? I don't fucking remember. But, like, the native people were pushed away from their city of gold onto the outcrops by Eneru. There's a fucking lot to that arc. I'm delirious? What do you mean I'm delirious? There's just a fucking ton to remember about how that arc goes down. But point is, that's a really fucking interesting arc with a lot of interesting story moments, and it has a really fucking satisfying ending when they find the City of Gold and ring the golden bell so that Nolan knows that his great-great-great-great ancestor was not a liar, and there actually is a City of Gold with a golden bell. Like, that, it's just a fucking great moment, dude. Skypia is a great arc. Thriller Bark, eh. What's the one after Thriller Bark? I mean, the water place. I mean, technically, the place right after Thriller Bark I liked, because that's, like, the setup for the war, and, there were some interesting things happening there. He punched that rich dude right in the fucking face, dude. That was sick. But After that, the Fishman arc was also a little weak. It, you know, racist arc. Just talking about how... it just touches over the exact same thing that, I don't know, I guess there's something to say about that. Like, originally, Arlong was like, yes, his existence is, haha, he thinks he's the superior race, right? And, you know, admittedly, in Arlong's case, he makes a pretty good point. Like, the fish people literally are just, kind of objectively better. But, you know, the point of the story is that that doesn't mean he has the right to subjugate everyone who's not a fish person. They ugly, though? You got a point. You got a point. Dude, how fucked up would it be if, like, you know, you could be a shark fish person, you could be an octopus fish person, so many good abilities, or you could be the blob fish person. What a cursed existence that must be. Not all of them are ugly. A lot of them are made specifically to look a little... I mean, they definitely look more fish than they look person, right? For most of them. But, Jinbei? Is that his name? Jinbei? I feel like I'm close. The other shark guy, who's the warlord. I forget the actual name for it. He looked more person than fish. He looked fine. It's a good-looking fish. Anyways. I thought the fish person arc, I get it, like, the whole point of the arc is just these were kids who had a bad influence, and that's kind of like the moral of the arc. You know what to do. I don't need to tell you what to do. With Beavro, I shouldn't say that name out loud. Thank you. No thank you. I would not like to purchase follows. As cool as that might be. That would be kind of sick, though. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the fish arc wasn't that interesting, again. Because, like, I don't know. You already know everything right off the bat of the arc. I feel like a lot of the good arcs have a lot of interesting things that you slowly uncover. Whereas, like, I don't know. Right off the bat, it's just set up like, yeah, these are just more racist fish people who liked Arlong, haha. And that's the whole arc. There's like one slight side tangent against the queen of fish people or whatever, and they're... I don't know, it was a little bit weird. There was some weird fucking backstory with why the princess of the fish people is, like, sheltered, but it was boring. It was very boring. It didn't have a very interesting story. And especially not the way the anime taught the story, was through, like, 3 solid episodes of flashback. This is not the best way to do it. And it was, like, right at the climax, too. To be fair, Skypiea did that also, but I also don't really agree with that, either. Skypiea had, like, 2 episodes of flashback, like, right at the climax, to explain the original story of, like, Nolan's ancestor and, the original natives of Jaya. But, yeah, who fucking cares? And, the last arc we watched after Fish Person was also not that intrigued by until the end part of it, where things got a little more interesting, and it sets up for something outside of just the arc, with, Trafalgar Law. But the arc itself, I mean, anytime fucking Smokey's involved, I'm also excited, because that's a good character that I like. Cop realizing that maybe being a cop ain't all it's cut out to be, and betraying the Force at literally every opportunity. I like his storyline. Any storyline that directly goes with my own political beliefs, I'll take it! I'll take it all. I'll buy your whole fucking stuff. But yeah, but I don't know. Another arc that's just like that arc especially just feels really fucking cheap. I don't know. That arc really killed it for me a little bit. Like, the enemy in that arc is just like, oh! He's been experimenting on children! What an evil guy! And, like, I don't know. Just had no interest in that character at all. At all. There's no reason to really be interested in it, other than, like, I don't know, he's bad. We've shown you that he's bad. Go get him. I don't want to believe that I've already seen the best One Piece has to offer, because that would suck. But, like, just the storytelling in Skypiea and Water 7 is top-notch. Maybe not the storytelling, but the stories to be told. Like, there's some really fucking good writing in there, and I enjoyed the entire time, even though it was a little bit long and drawn out at parts because I watched the anime instead of reading the manga. It was good. Anyways, I'm just not gonna do this room. I have been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes, even though my timer says 3. That's because I forgot to start it. That's gonna be it for today. Thank you everyone who stuck around and watched. Let me see if I have someone to raid. Because, that's the nice thing to do, right? You know, I'll raid my friend Al. He's doing Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. He's usually doing Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, if that sounds interesting. Go say hi. He's the guy that he's one of the guys that we do blind races with on Saturday, even though you wouldn't fucking know it because it's been so goddamn long since we reliably did that. I'm really gonna fucking push for a blind race on this Saturday. It's been way too long since we've done one of those. It's been over a fucking month. Anyways, go say hi to Al and fucking scream at him to... Well, actually, this Saturday is Halloween. He's definitely not going to do it for Halloween. Fuck, dude. We're never going to do a blind race. Yeah, this Saturday is Halloween. It's a bad time. Bad time. Just go scream at him and say hi. I don't know. It'll be funny. Haha. But that's it for me for today. I will also be streaming tomorrow, so if you think I'm a cool guy, I'll be there. And I guess that's all I have to say. So, yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. I hate how long you have to wait before you actually raid. Bye.